Hello. Hi everyone. Wait, why is this... No, chat was showing. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but chat was showing. There we go. It's gone now. How is everyone? Hi H, I hope you're well. Oh god, what were we even doing? So I think we got all the badges. We managed to get every single badge. But we need to now beat, well, the Pokemon League and the Director Clavel, who has challenged us. But Director Clavel is like level 59 or something. They're quite high level Pokemon and I'm not quite at the level that I feel like I should be. But at the same time, I don't want to spend too much time leveling up as well. Ooh, Stone Edge. I mean, it's pretty good, but I don't think it's worth getting rid of Salt Cure Smackdown for. Let me level you up as well. And level you up twice. And you up once, just to get everyone except for Armor Rouge right now up to the same level. Then we'll save it and go to challenge him again. I do wish you could skip this. Aha! He is actually Director Clavel, like we always knew. Surprise, surprise. No way. For real. No, he's not. So he claims he's Cassiopeia. He is not. I very much doubt that. He is protecting the identity of the real Cassiopeia. Who I think is God, what's her name? I already forgot. Shy Girl. How did I forget so quickly? Oh well, doesn't matter. It's Flamethrower. Well, shit. That's not gonna work very well, is it? Let's do this. How do you fare against a bug? Silly Oranguru. Still gonna yawn at it? Jeez. Rude. Hi Vic, congrats on being first. Hope you're well on this fine Saturday. Oh. Lovely. You are first, yes. Somehow. I guess H didn't want to redeem it, because H was here and did a command, so... In theory, he could have redeemed it, but didn't. Can you just not? This is very annoying. There you go. Good job, Tarps. You're okay-ish? Oh, that's good. I am sleepy. Or rather, I'm not too sleepy, but I keep staying up too late and stuff. I need to get my shit together. Basically. Because I keep moving my sleeping schedule up and up and up, and now I'm like, I don't have a morning left. I need to I want to do stuff in the morning, but I wake up at like 11 and then I can't do anything. It sucks. So I need to fix that somehow. Thunderfang. Roots. There you go. Good job, Zato. A bomb of snow. I guess Armor Rouge, you can come back in. And hopefully you're fast enough, which I assume you are because the bomb of snow isn't exactly speedy. Do I do this? Sure. Let's do this. Terrestrialize. Okay. Flamethrower. Nice. Good job. Beautiful. Gyarados. Oh, damn it, I can't. So last time it lived through Pod and Me's attack, and that kind of screwed me over. Guess we'll have to do Spark again. Let's see. Yep, it lives. Earthquake. And then it dies. No, never mind. It lives. It lives. Okay, so the leveling up did help. It just barely lives now. Or I got a little bit more lucky with the damage. Poltergeist. Let's see. Targs. You'd be okay against it. Are you faster? Is the question. I'm not sure. You're not super speedy, are you? 112. Actually, well, not terrible. We'll see. We can do this. No one has gone down yet. And he is down to 2, I think. Yeah. Nice. Beautiful. Okay, it doesn't kill. And you're faster. So you should be able to just finish it off with another throat chop. Wait. Oh no, it's speed raise. And now it's faster. Oh my god. Tarks lived. Oh my god. The 1 HP. And it wasn't even the special thing where it's like they didn't faint because they love you so much or something like that. That didn't even trigger. We were just lucky. I think we'll send out Salty Street for this last Pokemon. To think that I, Cassiopeia, would be backed into a corner like this. You're not Cassiopeia. Oh shit. I guess we can try Heavy Slam, but we'll probably get murdered before that happens. Very well, it seems I still have to terrestrialize my Pokemon. So he does have the third starter. This might be a problem for me because it's level 61. Do take a step back, please. This may get dangerous. Flower strike. Oh. Salty Street. No. They just dropped a flower on your head and you died. Oh shit. Okay, well, let's see how well we can do with this. Yeah, just hyper drill it a couple of times until you die. Let's see how much this does. Quite a lot, but it was a critical as well. Okay, I think we can win this. We might survive one more. If it doesn't crit. Maybe. Nope, it did crit. Okay. Okay, Armor Rouge, it's all up to you. I don't think you're faster, but if you can live. Yeah, if you can live, this should work. What? Oh, right, because grass would not be... Okay, never mind, we win. I thought it would have something against fire, but no, apparently not. We win! Take that, direct to Clavel. Get wrecked. Oh my god, I look... My hair is a mess. Well now, Miss Marty, it seems you've grown quite splendidly over the course of your treasure hunt. And here, once again, I must apologize. I am not actually Cassiopeia, we know. Though Clive and myself being the same person was no lie, mind you. Yeah, yes. You like the concept behind terrestrialization, but you think it doesn't look as good as the mechanic from Sword and Shield? Yeah. They could have done a little bit better with the visualization of it, but the concept is really cool. Cassiopeia's true identity remains hidden, but I believe I can hazard a guess as to who they may be. Penny, that's her name. Hi, Belia Shittis. Thank you for the follow. That's why I sought to spare you from having to confront them in battle. Their sorrows should not be yours to bear. However, Cassiopeia has settled on a course of action and is determined to see it through. I do not imagine any ordinary student could hope to stand against them and win. So I challenge you to a battle to test your skill. If you had lost, it would have fallen to me to bring down Cassiopeia, such was my resolve. But it turns out you are as strong as you are kind. If anyone has a chance of saving that poor child, it is surely you. As an educator, it shames me to burden one of my students with such a task. But please, defeat Cassiopeia. Take on the big boss of Team Star and win. Yes, sir. It's definitely Penny, isn't it? You there? What do you think you're doing? Ah, Miss Time, a pleasure to see you. It's no pleasure at all, Mr. Clavel. I come here to investigate reports of an illicit battle on school grounds, and what do I find? Why, the director of the academy itself, facing off against one of our students, no less. What were you thinking? No, if I could just explain. You see, it's a rather sad tale. Oh, spare me. Your excuses reek worse than a stunky's behind. A stunky's behind? Um, Remember, the big boss asked us to meet them in the schoolyard after dark. I'm counting on you. You'll write a letter of apology to the students and faculty at once, and I'll be reporting this to the chairwoman of the school board, make no mistake. Good gracious, no, anything but that, I implore you. Oh my god. Well then. Oh, we got healed up, nice. So, at the school grounds after dark, but like I'm not playing after dark though. I don't think. Unless I go late. We do have lessons. We have classes to attend, guys. Let's take some math classes, you know? Who doesn't like math? Some of you earn perfect scores and others seem to have a bit of trouble, but I can tell you all tried your best. I'm quite pleased to say that every last one of you has passed. I can only assume that this means you all have come to love numbers. Doubtful about that. Stay sharp and try your best for the rest of my classes too. Speaking of staying sharp, do you know how that word applies to Pokemon battles? That's right, it has to do with stat boosts. A Pokemon's stats can rise and fall throughout the course of battle, right? For example, if a Pokemon uses the move Work Up, its attack and special attack stats will rise by one stage each. And as you may know, each time a Pokemon's attack or special attack rises one stage, move affected by that stat will deal 50% more damage. If that same Pokemon from our previous example were to use Work Up again, both this attack and special attack will have risen by 2 stages. This results in a 100% increase to damage dealt, making its moves twice as strong. So this is why stat boosts are so powerful, right? So something like Sword Stance, for example, you use it once, and all the moves after that deal 100% more damage. Using Sword Stance twice would boost the Pokemon's attack stat by 4 stages. How much more damage then would this Pokemon deal? Double damage? No. Triple damage. If it raised by 50%, then 200% increase would be 3 times as much. Unique move from the fire starters also like that? Yeah. It like attacks and then raises stat, right? It attacks and then it raises the special attack stat, and then it does it again and again and again, and it becomes very much out of control if it can keep going. Biology. Everyone's ready to learn some new things today. Let's see. Evolution. You're going to learn about the fascinating phenomenon of Pokemon evolution. As your Pokemon battle and level up, they learn moves and get stronger. And for some Pokemon, once they've leveled up enough, their appearance changes and their stats increase, sometimes by a lot. That's Pokemon evolution. Pokemon become very strong when they evolve, making them trusty partners in battle. But some people prefer to keep their Pokemon in their adorable pre-evolved states. To do this, you just need to remember a certain button when your Pokemon begins to evolve. Press the B button. There's no C button, so I don't know why that's even an answer. The button you want when you need to stop a Pokemon from evolving is the B button. Yeah. But what does that even mean, Chuck? I mean, it does talk about the Everstone. Some may evolve by using certain items. Others may have to learn a specific move. The way Primeape evolves into Annihilate is especially strange. You see, there's a certain move that... Sorry, like we're out of time. Wow. How dare they? They're like, we're gonna tell you how Primeape evolves into Annihilate. But not really. That's just rude. Like, why even have the class as if the interesting stuff gets interrupted? Also, these loading screens are getting to me. See, we're talking about percentages again to learn about top ability. Pokemon moves generally have a property called accuracy, which determines the probability that they will hit. The accuracy of tackle is 100 or 100%. So if you were to use tackle 100 times, you could expect it to hit all 100 times. The move Hypnosis, which puts an opponent to sleep, has an accuracy of 60 or 60%. That means you could expect it to hit 60 times in 100 uses. Yeah, many of the truly powerful moves often tend to have lower accuracy. So when you're deciding whether to go slow and steady with moves that are sure to hit, or hard and fast with stronger but less accurate moves, you're already studying probability. Let me see here, perhaps Surf and Hydro Pump would be good examples. Surf has a power of 90, its accuracy is 100, meaning you can expect it to hit every time. Hydro Pump's accuracy is only 80, but when it hits, its power is 110. So between Surf and Hydro Pump, which move would you want to use yourself? I'd use Surf. Yeah. I mean, like Hydro Pump comparatively, like 80% accuracy is just not reliable. And Surf's 90 power is generally enough, so why take the chance? Like, you don't need the 110 from the Hydro Pump specifically. Personally, I'm more invested in debating the rock type moves Rock Slide and Stonehenge. Oh my god. I kind of want to do the classes, but they're kind of boring. They're not exactly the most intriguing things. Some things they say I'm like, oh, I'm listening, but then they don't actually do anything with them. So how do we get to the Pokemon League? How does that work? Because that's another place we need to go. Oh my god, this waterfall is always so... It just looks bad. It just looks bad. Can't say anything else other than it looks bad. So, how do you get to the Pokemon League? Because it's like... on this side of the city, but then over the mountains. You could say it looks unique. I could say that. I could. But I honestly don't want to be too nice about the graphics in this game because, I mean, they're not good. They're just not. That I enjoy it doesn't mean that I'm happy with everything. Like, I love the game, but graphically it's kind of a mess. And performance-wise as well. Oh yeah, here we are. Wait, there's a cave. So how are you supposed to normally get there? Are you supposed to go through this cave? But where does it start? Because this would be like Victory Road. Normally. Oh. No, never mind. There's just a passage in town. That's not even a cave. It just teleports you to where the Pokemon League is. Okay. So there is no Victory Road. Maybe they were planning to have one. Because otherwise, why even have this, right? Not sure. Well, there are some trainers at least that we can battle. To maybe prepare. Jackson, what have you got? A Meowth? Okay. That doesn't seem... Level 14, huh? Why are you at the Pokemon League exactly? What are you doing here? Are you just here to get your ass kicked? Because... Sword and Shield also didn't really have a Victory Road. Well, they still had the like path to the Pokemon League, right? Through the snow and stuff. Which was kind of like a Victory Road. It wasn't as expansive as it could have been. So are these guys just very low level? Or was it just the other guy? Maybe this guy has something. No crocodile? Okay, yeah, this guy's got something. Why was the other guy just terrible? Oh, okay. Isn't there a gym in the snow area? Yes. Wait. I'm mixing up things, aren't I? Wait. Because the Sword and Shield... Wasn't the Pokemon League like at the north? Now I'm having to look this up. Sword and Shield map. Because there was Wyndon, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Winden is where everything happened, right? All the late game stuff. And you had to go through the snow area to get through there. There was a gym in the snow area, but that was way earlier. It was a different part of it. I can't remember, that's fair. Why am I getting like 5 pings? Who's pinging me? Now I need to check my pings. What is this? Alright. There are apparently multiple going live messages from people. I guess maybe they went, maybe the stream went down for a moment or something, so I'm just getting spammed a little bit. Okay. Sato, kick him. Kick him into next week. Beautiful. Bronzong. No, we'll keep you in for now. Probably won't go well, but we can try. Oh! Thank you? I don't know why you used Rain Dance, because that just helps me. I don't know what that was. Oh, whoops. Silly Bronzong. Cerulage? Okay, so Cerulage is like Fire Ghost, I think. So if you just do Aqua Cutter. Bam. Get out of here. Nice. Did you get some growth out of that? I do think so, yeah. I'm just confused why... Also, I love these. I'm just confused why, the one trainer was like level 14 and then this other trainer was level 56. Got myself a tandem mouse. Exhibiting great teamwork, they use their incisors to cut pieces out of any material that might be useful for a nest, then make off with them. Little mouse boys. Let's heal up. Is that supposed to say Pokemon League? Because I can't read that. I'm sure someone can. Hello, Marnie. So this is it. You've decided to face the Pokemon League. The final test you must pass to become a champion. It's held here in this building. I wish you the best of luck from the bottom of my heart, Marty. I look forward to meeting you again soon. Nice. Hello? Are you ready to face the Pokemon League's champion assessment? Am I ready? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to expect here. I feel like I'm not, but we can try. Is this like the Elite Four or what? How does it work? Hi. Thank you for coming today. Please do have a seat. Okay, I'll have a seat. There we go. What is this weird business meeting? I, Rika, will be your interviewer. Let's get started with the first portion of the champion assessment. We begin with the interview. First things first, let me see how many gym badges you have. Excellent, you have all 8. Next, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind, Marley. Please think carefully as you may automatically fail the interview depending on your answers. Let's begin. How did you get here today? I rode on my Pokemon. Very good, very good. Please tell me the name of the school you are enrolled in. Naranja Academy. Ah, that's right. So what brings you to the Pokemon League today? Looking to become a champion. Yes, indeed. Why else would you be here, I suppose? Now, what do you intend to do if and when you become a champion? Want to find treasure? I see. Interesting. Tell me, which of the 8 gyms gave you the most difficulty? Oh, that's a... Oh god, now I have to think back. Which one was it? I want to say Koskarath, but I don't know. I don't remember which town and which gym specifically. Let's do this. I see. And what was the name of the gym leader you faced there? Oh shit. No, I don't know. I don't remember. Was it Brassius? Oh god, no. Oh my god. Kofu. Kofu, that's the one. I got it. There you go. Just had to look it up. It's fine. I'm glad you seem to remember. Yeah, I remembered. Yep. But do you remember which type of Pokemon Kofu used? I do. It's water. It was annoying because I didn't have a lot to deal with that. Wonderful. Building the skills needed for the champion assessment is no small feat. You must have met a lot of Pokemon to get here, Marty. What was the category of the Pokemon you chose to be your first partner? The Duckling. Duck boy. Very good, very good. Now please forgive me, but I'm going to repeat a previous question. What do you intend to do if and when you become champion? Treasure. Treasure. Ah, yes, that's right. What is this interview? Next is the final question for this interview. Okay. Do you like Pokemon? Of course. Of course I do. What kind of stupid question is that? Good job, kiddo. That about wraps up the interview. And let me be the first to congratulate you, Marty. You just passed the first part of the champion assessment. On your first try too, no less. Don't think anyone's done that since Nimona. Really? What if they've been answering? Because that was not difficult. Like... Totally playing Pokemon again. Have money badges and Pokemon train. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, time to switch gears and get ready for the next segment. The second segment is what we call the Elite Test. And you'll be facing the Elite Four in Pokemon battles. Yep, that's where it is. Maybe they answered wrong on their starter. Oof, that would be rough. Imagine being the starter and then them being like, oh, right, what was my starter again? But hi Woodwood, I hope you're doing well. How are you today? I guess that's pretty obvious from the name of the test, huh? Anyway, we're the best the league has to offer. You'll be facing us 4 in a row, no turning back. This won't be a cakewalk, I promise you that. Make sure you're all ready, then go into the room behind me. Okay, so... Am I ready for this? I doubt it. But we can try anyway. How much healing and stuff do I have in my bags? I have a couple of full restores, some max revives, max potions. I might be okay, depending on the levels and such that they have. This is okay. Most trainers don't get a duck cat croc starter, so it's not fair that the answer will always be wrong. What do you... I think the answer we give is just between those 3 because it can only be those 3. But like if they gave you a list of all the Pokemon and you could answer anything, which is technically what the interview would allow you to do, is just be like, what was your starter? And you're like, Blaziken! And they're like, no! That couldn't have been your starter, because that's a fully invoked Pokemon. Hi, Elthing. Welcome. Ditto. I mean, could have been Ditto. Imagine getting Ditto as a starter though, that would be weird. Now then, let's get this started, eh? Let good old Rika be the first of the Elite Four to take you on. I'd say I'll go easy on you, but I'd be lying. Think fast. Ditto run would be interesting, that's true. Cash. Okay. It's not a great start. Do I like the most gender character in Pokemon? I like her, yeah. Or them, I guess. Don't quite know. I think they do refer to them as her constantly, so... but yeah, I do like them. Let's see, I guess Rhea can come in. Fine. Start off with the drill run. Earth power. Okay, that's not bad. Not great either. I guess Hyper Drill. Don't have many uses of it though. If it does Earth Power again, I might go down. Yep. Ooh. Rhea. Okay, Rhea's still up. It's fine. Good job, Rhea. Camerups. Okay, Zato, come on in. Let's take care of this little camel. Beautiful. Dolphin. Can take care of that too. So they really send out a variety of things, but mostly ground types. I guess she, or they are ground type specialists, maybe. Earthquake. That's fine. Start doing some aqua cutters. The trio, yep. Okay. The trio has pretty high speed, but we also raised our speed twice, so we should be fine. Yep. Bam. Since there's no defense, it just dies. Oh, Clodsire. That is the difficult one. I mean, actually, is it just ground poison? We'll just keep Zato in. Impressive, you really are something else, kiddo. Let's finish this. Come on, Clodsire, shake things up a bit. So is this ground terrestrialization? Yeah, it is. Okay. Good. Oh shit, it still has what? Oh god. I was hoping it wouldn't have water absorb, but it does. So now it doesn't really have a weakness, does it? Well, grass, but I don't have grass. Just that, because things are about to get a bit shaky. No. Zato, no, you're still gonna die. Even if you tough it out, the poison will kill you. Oh well. He tried. Yeah, I have a big problem now. I guess Tarks, you can try. I don't protect. Rude. So rude. Lowered its attack, hopefully. Yeah, that's good. We'll be fine. Take him down. I mean, you're just prolonging the inevitable now. There you go. Okay, one down. Not bad, kiddo. Talk about unfair. No way was I ever gonna win that one. Still though, what a great battle. Felt good even to lose. Not a whole lot of trainers have the skill to make it past the elite test, but who knows? I'm beginning to think you might be one of the few that do. Better stay on your toes though. The second of the elite four is stronger than me. You're up next, Squirt. Come on out. Oh, it's Poppy. Coming. Oh wow, did you lose, Vika? Yeah, I did. She's no pushover, let me tell you. I'll be watching from the side. Avenge me if you can, eh? You bet I will. Okay, well, let me revive. Actually, probably just do this, right? Okay. Save. Let's see what she has. It's so cool you made it this far, but this is where you say bye-bye, miss. All my Pokemon are super tough. Your weak attacks won't work on them at all. They'll bounce right off, you'll see. I can't wait for you to meet my friends, so here they come. Does she have Steel type? Yep, Steel type, okay. Go on, Raja, mush him. Okay. Let me just immediately go into this. Full power. Beautiful. One down. Bombs on. Okay. Lava plume. Oh, I should have done flamethrower. I think flamethrower would have just made the difference and killed it. It's okay though. We're still fine. Corviknight. Just keep sweeping them, Armarouge. Beautiful. Oh my god. So Elite 4, huh? Magna Zone. We're not even over leveled or anything. Oh, this is sturdy. But it got burnt. It might kill Armor Rouge, but it will die. You did really well, Armor Rouge. You did great. Who do we swap in? Against Steel. I guess we can send him Pardon Me. Pardon me. Coming in. I'm not scared. My last Pokemon will turn things around. Tinkaton. Nice. Big Hammer. Okay. Nuzzle. It's time to get dressed up all pretty, Tinky. With your axe blade, it's so pretty. You're paralyzed. Beautiful. Close combat. And GG. Where? I don't know what those sounds were, but... Wow. Oh, I wanted to take revenge on Eureka. Pretty sure you mean take revenge for me, Squirt. Don't think I did anything wrong by you. Hate to say it, but you lost, Poppy. Better call the next guy. Oh, that's right. I have not to do this in a long time. It's your turn, Mr. Larry. Larry? Larry! Oh my god, he's here. The man himself. Hello there, it's me, Larry. What a legend. What a legend. Okay, let's see this. So you made it this far. I serve as a member of the Elite Four too, yes, unfortunately for me. At my gym I use normal type Pokemon since I feel they have a lot in common with me. But well, the boss told me to use a different type here. So if you have any complaints, please take them up with La Primera. Anyway, time to get to work. So what type is he gonna use then? Grass? It's either grass or flying. Well, I'll be trying my hand with flying type. Okay, flying type. Well, let's just flamethrower straight away. Sunny day. You don't know what you just did, Larry. You idiot. Idiotto. You don't make my fire Pokemon stronger. You silly bean. Oh no, my attack that I don't use. Oh, Brave Bird. Not bad. Not good enough though. What next? Let's get rid of low sweep. Close combat. Oricorio, that's fine. No bird. Get burns. Ooh, Revelation Dance. Okay, never mind. I guess you were faster. Good job. I have nothing that is super effective. Oh, except for is the street, of course. Yeah, street. Well. Wait, no, but Pardon Me should also be have super effective moves, no? Oh well. Smackdown. No, don't make me confused. Street, please. Okay. Good job. So is this Oricorio like flying electric? I think it is. Because that's why Pardon Me wouldn't have a super effective electric move against it. Altaria. Salt Cure. Street can hold. Hold street. Beautiful. Another one down. Another one bites the dust. Amigo, that will be a problem, so let's send in Pardon Me. Combat! Hello! How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're fighting the Elite Four. You're even stronger than before. Guess I don't get a break today. How's you? I'm good, thank you. It's a little bit of a slow day, but it's not too unexpected. At the risk of messing up my suit a bit, it's time for you to do. I don't know what he said. I don't know. Flamigo. Balloon Flamigo. Get paralyzed. Oh. Okay. And you've just signed your death sentence. Good job. GG. 3 down. One more to go. Well, that took the wind from under our wings. Doing bird puns already? You're a lot stronger than I recall. No wonder La Primera likes you. Now then, I suppose the final member of the Elite Four is next. It's your turn, asshole. And where could he be? Don't think he heard you, Larry. Come on in, asshole. Larry, you may need to speak up just a little bit more. Asshole. Hassel, you're up next. Hello there, Marty. Delights me to see you here. As for you, Larry, I see you made Rika do the shouting again, Today I learned that random Pokemon can have titles like Zato has. Like the, God, what's it called? The reliable partner and stuff. Yeah, they did that. It's not great or anything, but it gives it a little bit more flair, I guess. Okay, so what does this guy have? You just have to activate them. They're hidden at first. Oh. So, if I go to my summary, right? Yeah, this Pokemon doesn't have any, but then here I have partner and Ria's partner. I don't know why the others don't have that. I don't know what that means. Is it just get max friendliness or something? Because then why do the other ones not like me as much? It makes me sad. They've been in the party about the same time, so... Well, except for Tarks. Tarks came a bit later. But everyone else should be around the same friendship level. The only thing that would differ is that they died more. Probably. I was absolutely certain you would make it here. Young sprouts truly do grow with astounding speed, yes. But I never for a moment imagined we would be facing each other so soon. Now, a teacher's duty is to guide students and aid their growth. But I think I shall forget about my role as teacher for a moment. And wield all my might for the sole purpose of defeating you. I am Hassel, the dragon guarding the final fortress of the elite test. Prepare to learn firsthand how the fiery breath of ferocious battle feels. Okay. He's very serious. Show me everything you've got. I shall face you with my full strength. Fine, okay. Quite do enough. Why did he tap his head when he said that? I don't know. Don't ask me. Slash, okay. Let's see, what do we have here? Let's get Tarks in. Sucker Punch. Get wrecked. Okay, next. Going even so for now. Haxorus. Lunge. Oh, it's faster. Ow. was hoping the reduced attack might make him live, but no. Let's see, what do we do next? Let's go with Zato. The difference between Zato's size and Haxorus' size is actually pretty funny to me. Why is Haxorus so small? Small boy. He's just a tiny boy. Because he looks so intimidating, but he's actually pretty small. Galga. Okay. Acrobatics. Thunderbolt. This is not going great so far. Come on, Via. Beautiful. Poison point, no! So what happens if... Because Rhea has poison terror type. So does the poison go away if I do that? This is actually for science, not even because it's a good option. Because I want to know. Because technically poison types are immune to poison status. But does changing it to poison type get rid of it? Avoid the attack one? It doesn't. Because poison types are immune to poison, right? Well, not immune, but like, they can't get poisoned from what I recall. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Flapple. Come on in, Flapple. The water's fine. Oh my god, Flapple! He's flapping. He is flapping. He's a tiny boy. Tiny flapping apple boy. Paralyzed it, so I might be able to revive some of my Pokemon because I really need to. Let's actually use a max revive on Zato. Cheat, that's fine. Max revive on you as well. Okay. combat. Not that. Are you paralyzed? Nope. Okay, then we die. I was hoping for the paralysis, but no. So you can come in. Doing acrobatics here. Beautiful. Backscalibur, rather. Only a little more until you pass. Don't let up. Oh, fancy. How do we do this? Because it's Ice Boy, yeah. Home a great dragon and take a Terror Jewel as your crown. With the dumbest attack. Hope you get to see it. I mean, if he uses it, then probably. No point in letting this drag on. Of course. Behold the power to overwhelm everything. That one. That one, right? Why does he flip upside down and it's just... Oh my god, that's so dumb. The mighty dragon has been felled. You really did it. Oh wow. Huh. Oh, wonderful. I'm so proud of you. Oh, don't cry, Grandpa Hassel. There. Want a hug? Sorry about all this, Marty. The old man can get like that sometimes. So what did I do? What if I do? I'm just so overwhelmed. Guess I've got to do the talking. Anyway, your result for the elite test of the champion assessment is... a pass. No doubt about it. Yeah, you're tougher than steel. Yep. You did so beautifully. Congratulations. I'd say you're good to go, but there's actually just a wee bit more to the champion assessment. This will be your final trial. See the door back there? Our fearless commander, the final opponent you'll face for your test, is waiting beyond it. Her skills are so amazing she was able to strong-arm all of us into joining the Elite Four. You won't find a mightier champion. Though I think you'll do fine, kiddo. You beat me after all. I'll patch up your team on the house, so don't lose, you hear? Well, that's nice of them. I really love your Pokemon, Miss. So I'll cheer for you as hard as I can. Well, good luck. Even a baby dragon can breathe fire. Well, oh, guess you got over your sobs, huh? You can do this. We all know you can. What? No, go, young Marley. Your hands may be small, but let them seize a great victory. This guy. Oh my god, what was that? What was that about? Baby dragon can breathe fire too, you know. Okay. So is this against La Primera? I assume? Yep, it is. I could actually assume gamer posture, you know, sit forward and stuff. No, I don't need to. It gives me great joy that you've managed to make it all the way to the pinnacle of the Pokemon League. The final test is a battle against me, the top champion. To pass, all you need to do is win. But before we get started, I should apologize for one thing. You see, I have a trait that some might say is inappropriate for the League chairwoman. I am utterly incapable of holding back when it comes to Pokemon battles. Maybe that's why nobody's passed this test recently. It's a bit of a problem, to be honest. But you might manage something wonderful, like Champion Amona did. So, are you ready for your final test? I want to see the true measure of your talent. I guess I'm ready. Spastra. Okay. I do hope you can defeat me and become a champion yourself. I will send in Tarks. Hopefully they use a psychic move to start off with. Which I kind of doubt, because I was using psychic. Reflect. Okay. It's annoying, but nothing to worry about too much. That is, though. I don't like that. What's the matter? You're not one to let something so insignificant fluster you. Oh, no. Even with reflect. Oh, critical hit. That explains. Please continue. Truly a devastating blow that deserves a standing ovation. That kind of sounds like she's being sarcastic, but I know she's not. She's probably gonna have speedy Pokemons with the road hair. It doesn't... I don't know, the Spastra isn't necessarily speedy. King Gambit. Okay. I'm not sure if you're faster. You are. Damn. Good. Hit yourself. Beautiful. Good job. Hey, listen to me, see? In Violet, the Pokédex says it moves at 120 kilometers an hour. Okay, I mean, it is an ostrich. I guess it does go pretty quick. King Gambit doesn't seem that fast, though. Expanding Force. The user attacks target with its psychic power. When the ground is psychic terrain, this move's power is boosted and it damages all opposing Pokemon. I mean, I prefer that over Psyshock, I think. Because it's the same power, but Psyshock deals physical damage, and sometimes I don't want that. Most of the time I don't want that, I think. Go, go. No, Tarks is fine for this still. Tarks, you've got this. No. I mean, we took down 3 of her Pokemon while Reflect was on. I'm impressed. I mean, 2.5, really. Loser? Okay. Go on Zato. Acrobatics. Not bad. Oh god, right, it's... Okay, we're gonna lose this, I think, but that's okay. I forgot it was psychic. Oh! Zato survives! Zato! Good job. Have a look. Actually, no. I'm gonna keep you in. For now. To do one close combat as a final hurrah. And if it doesn't kill you, somehow, which it does, then you could have done another one and killed it. Because it doesn't matter if your defense goes down if all you have is 1 HP. Let's do this. Terrestrialize. Burn this Avalog to the ground. Beautiful. Double shock. What is double shock? The user discharges all the electricity from its body to perform a high damage attack. After using this move, the user will no longer be electric type. I'm tempted to get rid of Nuzzle. I really like the paralysis chances, but the damage isn't really worth it. Mace Street. It's an electric version of the fire move that makes you lose fire attack after using it. Yeah. Glimora. Okay, we'll keep it in. Don't think you won just yet. Sounds bad, losing stab. Well, you hit, lose stab then. But then if you're, for example, fighting a ground type, well, actually, against a ground type you wouldn't, but say you're fighting something that, like, a water type that has a ground move, or like, something like that, right? You'd use double shock to deal damage, and then lose electric type so you don't have the weakness to ground, for example. And then after that, you still have fighting moves. So you can still, or you can terrestrialize to get the electric type back, I imagine. So there's a lot of possibilities with it. It's not bad, it requires some thought. Okay, flamethrower. Be the light that guides all trainers, Glimora. So this was... I don't remember what this typing was. I think it was poison? Something? I don't remember. Rock? Okay, that's not quite what I was expecting. Well, we'll die here. This is how you're supposed to unleash a move. This is what it takes to be at the top. nice. In double battles, you can manage to use moves to get Wonder Guard on them. They can't be hurt by damaging moves anymore. Yeah, if you use the one type, that would be quite something. Okay, you know what? Salty Street. It's time. You can do this, Street. I believe in you. Quite enough. No, Street! You tried. You tried. You did a lot of damage. Close combat. Damn. Victory is mine. I am the champion now. You go beyond my imagination so easily. Such overwhelming power, such amazing skill. It seems Paldea has gained another wonderful trainer to be proud of. Congratulations, it's my honor to call you Champion Marty. Congratulations is right. Now I can really say you're good to go. Yeah, you did it, miss. Congratulations. It's amazing. I can't hold it in anymore. Oh, crying again. The Pokemon trainers are the treasure of Paldea. And amid the treasure, champions are the jewels that shine brightest. Champion Marty, it is now your duty to set an example for all the trainers of Paldea. Now, allow me to walk you back to the entrance. I'm certain you'll find a familiar face awaiting you there. Wait, but if we have to be an example, I have responsibilities and stuff. Ugh, I didn't sign up for this. Marty. Oh man, I couldn't tell just by looking at you. You did it right. You became a champion. Yep. I knew all along. I got word from La Primera when you cleared the elite test. Oh man, Marty, I'm a champion and now you're a champion. We're both champions. Great, yeah. Which means we're true equals. You and me, both champion ranked trainers. This is amazing. Now that you've made it here, I've got one thing to say. Let you and me be the best rivals for life. No. Yes, Tomoya. Wait, why did you just say that then? Why did you go and yell it in Japanese? What was that? True champion was Dunsparce. Correction Street, the Dunsparce. Okay. You can't just misname them. How dare you? Alright, you know what rivals do? Battle their absolute hearts out. I'm gonna hit you with everything this time. You ready? Do wait a moment, Champion Nimona. What's the matter, Primera? The champion assessment has only just ended. I believe a rest is in order for Champion Marty, Armor Rouge, and the others. Champions must be understanding towards their opponent. Right. There I go, getting overexcited again. Sorry, Marty and Armor Rouge. Tomoya is in Japanese. I mean, it could, it could be okay. It could be. Shake my head, what do you mean? What? Look. Let me... Okay. It is Spanish, yeah, I know. Look, I know it's Spanish, okay? But toma can also be tomato in Japanese. So then you're just... I think she just called me a tomato is all. God, what am I doing? I don't know why I say these things. It's really dumb. Also must ask, is this roadside really the setting you two want for your first battle as true equals and rivals? Now that you mention it, that's a good point. In that case, can we use one of the Pokemon League battle courts? Surely there's somewhere more fitting. A place with special meaning for you two, perhaps. Special meaning, huh? Let me see. Anywhere leap to mind, Marty? Behind your house. Our beach out back, huh? Yeah, the place where we had our first battle might work. But on the other hand, to me, it's just kind of my backyard, you know? A little ordinary. Any place else? Misagoza? Ooh, good call. The place where we set out on our journey. That reminds me, Marty. Remember back when Director Clavel explained the treasure hunt? You know how he told us to go in search of our own treasure? Well, I know what treasure I got out of all this. I found a true rival. Someone who can stand up to me at my full capabilities. That's right, I mean you. I'm so glad I got to meet you, Marty. Anyway, that being said, I'll be waiting for you at the battle court in Mesagosa's Central Plaza. See you there. The respect you two share is palpable, even a bit enviable, to be honest. I'm known as La Primera, but even when facing me in the final test of her champion assessment, Champion Nimona didn't reveal her full might. In you, I suspect she has found something she can battle without holding anything back. Great. So, Pokemon League done. We just need to battle Nimona. And then somehow we need to go and meet with the leader of Team Star or whatever, who we think is Penny, or at least that I think is Penny. But apparently it needs to be at night. Or in the evening. Hi Mahans, how are you doing? So I guess to do that I would have to change the time. Or I'd have to keep streaming until it's night, but I mean that's kind of boring because we can't do anything, or at least not much else in the meantime. Doing quite good, nice. I'm a little bit tired. It's been pretty quiet with the stream today, but overall doing pretty well. How's the pet battling going? Yeah, it's going pretty well. We're a champion now, and we're fighting Nimona. All these folks here seem ready to watch. Word got round, I guess. And out of every single person gathered here, I'm the most excited by a mile. Oh, Larry's there too, nice. The stage is set. It's my all-out power. versus your strength in full fruition. Let's see who comes out on top. Finally, the thing I've been waiting for all this time. Time to begin our greatest battle of all. Okay. That is a difficult one for me to start with. Zato. It missed, good job. Aqua Stap. Just speed up a little bit. Beautiful. Step it up. To think I helped teach you type matchups and now you're using them to put the hurt on me? You didn't need to teach them to me, I knew. Okay. I'm a professional Pokemon trainer, okay? How dare you? Comets. Let's try this. Expanding force. Oh. Ouch. Boom. Earthworm. Keep the current Pokemon. Burn. So Nemona's supposed to be strong, right? I thought. I thought she was supposed to be strong and everything. What is this? Her Pokemon are like 10 levels higher than mine? How is she having trouble? Yep. Good job. Another one bites the dust. 2 more to go. We've got this, guys. The Dunsparce. Does she have a 2-segment or 3-segment to Dunsparce? Oh, 3-segmented. Wow. Showing off. Imagine that. Okay. That's fine by me. I'll just kick you again. And again. Hit yourself. No! There you go. Can she even take down one of my Pokemon? I don't know. Can she? It's all down to this. My last Pokemon. We're gonna fight with everything we've got. Salt Cure to start off with. Shine blazingly bright, my greatest treasure. How do you like my real hard hits? Man, it feels good to finally let loose. See that crit? I clinched that through sheer determination to win. No, I don't think you did. Nimona, I think that just randomly happened, like all criticals do. Don't say you made that happen because you wanted to win. That's not how it works. Streets. Why does everything have ground moves? 4 street. At least you're salt curing them, so even after dying, you're still making them feel the pain. And it's gone. We win. Once again. Is there nothing that can stop us?
Wow.
You did it. This is legit incredible. You're the strongest out there, Marnie. I mean, you knocked me flat. I was giving you absolutely everything I had. Everything I... Oh man, Pokemon battling, am I right? It's so much better, so much more fun than I ever even knew. Thanks for that incredible match. You beat me for real this time. Yay! Clap clap. Clap clap clap. Now let's give ourselves a break and have a... Wait, give us a minute and have a quick break before round 2. Which Pokemon should I bring out this time? Decisions. You beat the buddy, now where's the rival? That was the rival. That was the rival. Yay, Victory Road complete. We did it. Bum, ba, da, bum. But she was now so nice, how can she be the rival? Rivals can be nice, surprisingly. Being a rival doesn't have to mean that you're an asshole. You can be friendly rivals. So now we just need one more thing. which is to find Cassiopeia, who was supposed to meet us after dark on the school grounds. Now the thing is, that is time related, so we're gonna have to change time. How does it work again? It's been too long. Is it system? Daytime? Synchronize clock off. Time traveling. Does that work? This needs to be night in the game. Right, so is the in-game clock different from the real-life clock then? Diamond? Yes, okay. So never mind then. So I guess we don't have to do that. I thought we had to time travel. Let's see. I'll just... Yes, okay. That's set back. So I turned on the map and then it's twilight, right? The top thing. Yeah. But I can't change that, can I? Can I? Like, how do I change the time of day? Do I just have to wait? Because if so, I think it was already dark when I actually fought Director Clavel. Because it was dark then. I actually, for some reason, I never noticed that like evening in the game was not linked to the real life time, because I just assumed whenever it was a bit darker that it was like cloudy or something, not necessarily that it was evening in the game. But I hope you're doing well, Diamond. And thank you for the advice. Or do I have to go to a specific area as well? I don't know. Because it feels like it was already dark when I got here last time. The schoolyard. Yeah, so here, right? Yeah, see, there it is. It's Penny, as we thought. Marley. Oh yes, we definitely can't see through that disguise. Who could it be? Who could it be? They have a hood over their head. I could never tell who this is. So hidden. Thanks for coming. It is I, Penny! Oh my god. Surprise. What a surprise. This must be quite a shock to you. No. No, not at all, actually. The big boss, Cassiopeia, they were both me all along. When I saw you make quick work of those Team Star lackeys outside school that time, the idea for Operation Starfall suddenly came to me. My skills let me get a hold of as much LP as I want, so I decided to use that to tempt you into helping me out. After the operation started, I kept an eye on you as a member of the supply unit, and I had you battle the bosses on my behalf. All for the goal of defeating me and putting an end to Team Star once and for all. But still, there's a part of me that wants Team Star to live on. I can't just roll over and let you win without putting up a fight. This is the final showdown. Are you ready? I am, yeah. Director Clavel, where did you come from? Sorry to keep you. The letter of apology Miss Time had me, preparations took longer than expected. Of course. That voice. Are you Clive? Honey, so it was you after, is that you, Cassiopeia? In the flesh. I have a task for you, Clive, if you'll accept it. I want you to record what happens next so I can send the video to Team Star. They need to see the outcome of this battle for themselves. Oh, okay, will do. But they don't know what you look like, though. Right? That was the whole thing, is that they didn't know what the actual boss looked like. They only had, discussions over, the internet and things like that. So if they see that battle footage, how would they know that it's you? I guess, you could put, a thing of, it's me, Cassiopeia. I don't know. Sure. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm the big boss of Team Star. The name's Cassiopeia. No, Penny. Now, bow down before the overwhelming might of Team Star's founder. There we go. Umbreon, okay. Starting off with an Eevee. Evolution. Is Axed down? Yeah. Terrestrialize. So we don't have the weakness of Psychic in this case. Let's see how well you do, Penny. Oh, don't look at me with the baby doll eyes. It won't work. Okay, that did not do as much as I was hoping it would. Right. We'll just keep doing that, I guess. Nice. And that's why we got rid of the Psychic type, because otherwise that would have possibly killed us. Vaporeon. Okay, that one we'll swap out for. Pardon me. Nice. Oh. So Penny just has 6 Eevee. Yeah, 6 evolutions. It makes sense. She has the Eevee backpack. Kill me, but that's okay. Zato, come on out. You've got this. Damn. This is fine. Thunder. Yeah, okay, we'll go with Rhea. The Dunsparce. Show me what you've got. Lithium. Armor Rouge, come back out. Burn these leaves. Set them all aflame. Nice try. One loss. Sylvian. Okay. I can't fault you on your battle skills at all. No wonder the bosses fell at your hands. Just keep flamethrowing it. Time to terrestrialize. Shine bright like the star you are. I don't know what I don't know what she said. I didn't read quick enough. Oh, he took the little hearts. Shadow Ball. Interesting choice. Oh, you've got quick attack. Of course you do. Street. Come on out. Let's do this. Slam. Come on and slam. You thought. Oh shit. Oh Street, don't fall in love with the Sylveon. I know they're cute, but please. My VV power will crush you into stardust. Street, please attack, okay? No, Street! Why? Street! Oh. Damn it. I guess Rhea will have to finish this off. The Dunsparce once again. GG. Beautiful. It's all over now. We did it. Team Star is no more. It's finally over, guys. It's done. We're done here. I think we should call it quits. Hold up. Are you saying we should break up the team? You gotta be joking. We got carried away with Operation Star. Now everything's gotten out of hand. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you round up a bunch of bullies in the courtyard and make a show of learning them some manners. But we didn't even fight them in the end. We didn't do anything wrong. Indeed. Merely did we declare our intention to battle tooth and nail should the villains persist in their tyrannous oppression. 'Twas a bloodless victory, we assure you. Yeah, they didn't even send out their Pokemon. They just blubbered and apologized a whole lot. Our outfits must have spooked them good. But the bullies made a huge stink about what went down, and they all ended up leaving the academy. Our plan backfired epically. There's no way we're getting off scot-free. I guess you're right. This little stunt might have put us up the creek. I'll fix this mess on my end. Just leave it to me. What are you saying? I'm the one who started Team Star. I dragged you all into this. So I'll take responsibility for everything. Oh, noble and kind big boss, you cannot. Now that the bullies are gone, you guys should start going to school again. Oh yeah? What about you? I can't go back. Why? There's no reason for you to stay shut in your room anymore, right? All I can say to you guys is thanks. Even though we never met in person, you were all so kind to me. Stop right there, BB. Why are you talking like we'll never speak again? I need to go take care of some things. Prithee, speak to us. What is thine intent? Hey, big boss, answer us. Bye-bye, guys. Thanks for everything. Thanks for everything, Marley, and you too, Clive. I'm glad I could see this through to the end. I guess this is it for Team Star, and me too. Hold that thought, Miss Penny. I'd like to check something with you first. Check what? Would I resort to something like Operation Starfall if you're the big boss of Team Star? Wasn't there any other way to handle this? I tried telling the other bosses that we were done once before, but they still didn't quit. Why not simply order them to? Our code states that no one in the team has the right to order people around. I could ask them all to do stuff, but I could never order them. So it's back to the code once again. The bosses must have taken it very seriously. They did. That's why I knew I could use it to force Team Star to disband. Because the bosses would do anything the code required of them. Even leave the team? Yes, and according to the code, they had to accept any challenge made to them. Thus, the idea for Operation Starfall. Cassiopeia, let me ask you one thing. What does Team Star, no, what do your friends in the team mean to you? They're my greatest treasure. Splendid. Thank you for apprising me of the situation, Miss Penny. What? Now, young lady, there's something I should very much like to discuss with you. Hey, quit it with the old geezer act, Clive. You're creeping me out. Indeed? Well then, before we talk further, allow me to reveal to you my own secret identity. Haha! Director Clavel? Just as Cassiopeia was your disguise, the boy you knew as Clive was mine. But why? I needed a way to talk to Team Star on equal terms. Students do tend to shy from speaking their mind to their teachers, after all, much more so when faced with the director of the academy. Yeah, but where do I even start? Wasn't the outfit a bit much? Plus, I have some big feelings about the wig. Oh, well, that's quite enough for now. Everyone, why don't you come on out? There is everyone, yay! They're all together again. Yo, big boss, long time no see. Momo. More like no long time no meet, right? I mean, we only found out your real name just now. Melly. Verily is thy long-hidden countenance a sight for sore eyes, my lady. Atticus. So, I heard your real name's Penny. How have you been this whole time? Marty! We found you at last. You have no idea how worried we've been. Harry. Oh. Okay, gang. On the count of 3. 1, 2. Hasta la vista, Cassiopeia, and hello, Penny. Oh my god. Of course, they do that. You gotta be awkward. Now then, Miss Penny, and each of you young bosses as well. On behalf of the Academy, I have something I would like to say to Team Star. You all have my sincerest apologies. Come again? As director of the Academy, I let you down. My handling of your situation was a dismal failure. What? I still don't... I mean, why? You all told me about your reasons for forming Team Star and about your subsequent actions. Ever since my first days as a director, all I've ever experienced of the Academy is an environment blessedly free from bullying. Got to go? Have fun? Okay, DM Ron. Have a good one. Enjoy your Saturday and your weekend. But I know this peace was built on the backs of your hurt and anger, and of course your immense courage in putting things to right. And so I'll get straight to the conclusion. The Academy's order for Team Star to disband and my threat to expel those who did not obey are hereby revoked. Does that mean what I think it means? Indeed. Team Star can continue to exist, should that be your wish. Oh, Penny, isn't that great? And we can all stay together. Oh, my heart is giddy with glee. But I betrayed all of you. You mean Operation Starfall? Director Clavel told us all about it. As far as we heard, you only went through with us to save us from getting expelled. You were just worried about us, right? Not like we'd ever chuck the team just because you said someone told us to, after all. Ain't our style. I cannot even begin to imagine how you must have feared for us, Lady Penny. Sorry for making you worry, BB. We're all okay now. But even so... Oh my god, all the voices. It's difficult to keep them straight. I'm not even that good at doing the voices. Hold on, everyone. I have more to say. As previously stated, the requirement for Team Star to disband has been revoked. However, there are still some unsettled matters to discuss. Allow me to provide a few examples. Your protracted truancy, your brazen customization of school uniforms, your unauthorized usage of Academy equipment, your reckless modification and jeopardous driving of Pokemon-powered vehicles. Need I go on? Your fragrant disregard for school rules cannot simply be overlooked. Thus, as punishment, you will all be required to engage in community service. Community service? Yes, specifically I will be asking you to manage the STCs. And that stands for the Star Training Centers. They shall be facilities for cultivating Pokemon trainers' talents. I plan for the Academy to found them in collaboration with the Pokemon League. The idea came to me when I saw Miss Marley battling her way through your bases. The base's construction as well as the battle tactics employed by the students in Team Star are remarkably unique and creative. I would ask that you continue your team activities henceforth as SCC staff members, using your former bases as training facilities. And that is the sum of it. Does anyone have any concerns? No? Sounds like fun, so I don't see how this would be anything but a win-win. It may be a weird thing to say, since the SCCs are supposed to be a punishment and all, but you should totally join in too, Penny. It's true. We would most happily have you at our sides, my lady. We can go to school together too. That way, if anything happens, we'll be there to protect you. We were already talking about how great it'd be to have both Team Star and school in our lives. This would be a sweet deal for us. So what do you say? You guys... Marty, what do you think? I think it sounds great. Huh? But, I just... No need to give your response right this moment, Miss Penny. Do take some time to decide. For now at least, I think our little group should go their separate ways. Ah, not to say you should break up Team Star after all, I simply meant it's time to leave. Miss Marley, please stop by my office later if you would. Oh no. Please come to the director's office. What do you want from me? Ah, here you are, Miss Marley. I wanted to thank you for all your hard work in resolving the situation with Team Star. If not for you, I suspect I would have done the team a grievous injustice in my choice of punishment for their actions. You have my sincere gratitude. Knock knock. Who is it? It's Penny. Miss Penny, do come in. Hello, Director. About the STCs, I'd like to work on them together with the rest of Team Star. That's wonderful news. Thank you very much for your favorable response. But, I should be punished more heavily than the others, I think. Why so? Because of Operation Starfall? No, not that. Because of the other really bad thing I did. And that would be? You know, the LP I gave you both in exchange for helping me with Operation Starfall. I got hold of it sort of illegally by hacking the Pokemon League's LP management system. Ah, I see. That is quite the revelation. I didn't think such a thing was even possible in the first place. It wasn't all that hard. I mean, I'm really sorry and I won't do it again. Of course, yeah. I won't do it again. It was actually pretty easy, but I won't do it again, I promise. This matter is rather out of my jurisdiction, I'm afraid. I will have to consult Miss Gita, the Pokemon League chairwoman, on how best to proceed. I figured as much. I do apologize, Miss Marley, but I will have to ask you to give us some privacy. Okay. So was that it? What now? Oh my god, I'm so... It's too quiet. It's not a lot of talking going on and I'm just... My mind is... I don't know what to do. I never do. Conrad Crichton here. Oh. I just want to play Pokemon and chat with people, but if there's no people to chat with, then it's kind of meh. Have you come out here to the schoolyard for some training? No, I have not. Why don't we do a bit of running together? Ready? Let's go. What? I don't want to do running. No. You ran 3 laps around the schoolyard with Miss Dendra. Oof. Ooh, that really worked up a nice sweat. You've got a good pair of legs on you, new kid. A good bout of training sure doesn't make a body hungry, doesn't it? I'll let you have one of my homemade sandwiches as a way of saying, wow, that's my way of saying thanks. Feel those muscles. His Denver's sandwich was dry and has an odd smell. The taste left much to be desired. Well, great. I hope it was tasty. Well, to be honest... Sorry, I shouldn't have asked you that. I'm athletic and all, but I don't know the first thing about making good food. As your honest reaction just reminded me. Well, see you later. Enjoy your sore muscles tomorrow. Great, thanks. I don't know. Are we done? Because we didn't get the whole "you're done now" thing. You find it really strange how it's literally a school? I mean, I guess a little bit. That is not a bad character at all, no. 18 con, very good start. Kind of wise, kind of strong, kind of charismatic. Could be a good, like, cleric or what else? Oh. Marty? Penny? There's something I want to talk to you about. Could you come meet me in front of the school stairs? You know, where we first met? I'll be waiting. Okay. Maybe we can do that. Oops. I wanted to press plus. I pressed the home button. It happens. Could also be a druid, true. Hasta la vista. The six of us thought up that catchphrase back when we created the team. It's so cringy, it's perfect, you know. Anyway, about the LP thing, I thought I was going down big time for hacking the league point system, but they're letting me off easy. What happened? The Pokemon League said they'll waive my debt if I do some volunteer engineering for them. They even asked me to come work for them after I graduate, if you can believe that. Director Clavel and that Gita lady kept complimenting me like a weird amount. Apparently I have outstanding talent or something. Aura, how are you doing? I hope you're well. I am okay, I guess. Sorry for calling you out here to meet like this. I'm still not so great with people face to face. I never seem to find the right words, but thank you so much. You saved Team Star and my friends along with it. You're doing fine. Don't need to do some shopping today. Oof. Always hire the hackers to turn them from black hats to white hats. Exactly. I know words won't ever be enough to properly thank you for all you've done, so here. Draco Meteor? Nice. That's a good TM. I'm sure you'll put this to good use. And one more thing. I want to repay the debt I owe you. If you ever think of a way I can do that, just let me know. I'm great with machines and hacking and stuff. So next time I'll be the one helping you, Marty. Be seeing you then. Hasta la vista. Bye, Penny. We did it. So here, take my Eevee backpack. Oh, if only, Aura. If only. Yo, Arvin here. Oh, town boy, don't jump up like that. Seems like hearing your voice is old Mabostiv here all worked up. Oh, but that's not why I called. Nearly forgot. You remember what we talked about before about going to Area Zero? Yeah? Of course you do, you little know-it-all. Got a mind like a steel trap, huh? Well, all the effort you've been putting in around Paldea has really helped you make a name for yourself. Built up some goodwill, that's for sure. So I've been able to secure 2 allies who want to go with with us to Area Zero. They should have us ready to tackle anything. So now we've all just got to get there. First step will be gathering at Area Zero. I'll be ready and waiting at the Zero Gate. I'll send you the location on your phone. Don't leave me hanging. Okay. Over there. Yeah, I'm not doing great because it's just been very quiet. I just don't know why. I mean, it probably has to do with the Jingle Jam, of course, but even that, like last year, it wasn't even that bad. So why is it so bad this year? Is it just that Pokemon isn't on people's minds anymore? They don't want to watch it anymore? I don't know. Because the same happened with Octopath as well. Where it just feels like nothing is bringing people in anymore. And then, yet I still get new follows, but there's no... They're not showing up when I'm streaming a lot of the time. And I just want the viewer numbers to be somewhat stable, but they're not. They're so swingy. Sometimes I get like 20 something viewers or more, and then now I'm stuck at 5, and I'm just... I don't know. I don't know why that happens. Like, I tried to... You know how it is, I know. It just sucks. And it's fine if I have enough distractions. Or I'm enjoying something a lot, but there's enough white space in Pokemon that unless I have someone to talk to, I just... Well, that's the thing, Mahans. I've had Saturdays that are amazing, that are like, again, 20 plus people watching, and I've had Saturdays like this, though actually never quite like this. This is the lowest it's been for a while. Like, seriously. I think the lowest it's been over the stream. It might go up, of course. It might still go up. But right now, this stream is the lowest I've had in over maybe 2 years. Which is not good. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. And I hate it. And I can't overlook it. I can never overlook it. I just want to focus on the game and talk to people. But then if I'm saying stuff and no one is reacting in any way, shape or form, it just makes me think like there's no one watching at all. And the people are like, oh, just turn off the viewer numbers. That doesn't help. It literally is just... I don't know. It's difficult. It's a weird thing where I try to be positive and I try to make it work, but then like my streams never grow, and then I see other people's grow, and then you wonder why them? Are they just more entertaining? Is it just the games they play? Like, it's weird. I don't understand. Twitch is strange. It's just a weird place. It doesn't make sense a lot of the time. I just want to have that little base viewership, you know, that you can kind of rely on. And that's difficult to get, because usually once you get to a certain viewer number, it is very easy to keep that number. But if the stream starts off slow, it can be very difficult to actually reach that number. And that makes it even more difficult to get beyond that. So, for example, if you get raided early on, even if a lot of the raiders don't stick around, a lot of the time the stream will be higher average than normal. Just because of that initial boost, bringing you higher up the search page and stuff. But you are a popular person, well, to me at least, or I want to... I like chatting with you. I just don't always have the time, but I try to be there when I can. But that's the case with a lot of people, like Combat as well, and like Holly, just everyone. I want to be in their chats. I can't be everywhere all at once, but I try to be. It's just difficult, you know. It's a difficult thing to get past. You can only see how it is from a viewer's point of view, and you never really understood it either, since it just seems random sometimes. Yeah, exactly. It just seems completely and utterly random. Like, it's weird. I understand that sometimes you do. I'm not good at chatting when playing games. That's okay, Woodwood. Like, it's not. Yeah, like, it's not up to specific people to chat. It's like me wanting an audience that overall there's enough people that there's always someone able to say something, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, this is a weird pause point because there's no music. This is the Zero Gate. It was made so researchers could try to observe the inside of the great crater of Paldea, what folks call Area Zero. It's our ticket down to the crater. Oh, and speaking of the crater, you know that Pokemon of yours, the one I gave you? Area Zero is apparently where Koraidon was born or something like that. Maybe he'll be happy that it can finally come back home. Not that I really care or anything. Anyway, our two new teammates should be waiting for us inside the Zero Gate. Guess we should head in. Oh. The way home. But yeah, I definitely feel like just the long form RPGs, even Pokemon, just aren't as well viewed. Or maybe especially Pokemon because there's so many people playing it. Sometimes it will always be on the mind of streamers and you can 100% see why it feels like shit. Yeah. Like I want to just not feel that way, but that's I also don't want to pretend like it doesn't bother me, you know? Because I can be like ignore it and just focus on the stream and just talk to people that are here and, you know. But I also want to be honest to people that it does affect me. And that I am human in that sense. Whoa, kind of dark in here. Lamona! Hold on, Marty. Arvin said there'd be tons of strong Pokemon, so here I am. Once she heard she'd get to battle awesome Pokemon, she was here in a second. You're an annoying little pest at the academy, but I guess you could come in handy for this. Spoken like a guy who wants to get beaten in a battle. But more importantly, why is it so dark? And where are the awesome Pokemon? Oh, Aura. It doesn't make sense for you either. You're also wonderful. Go take me out and get food. Okay, have a good one. Good luck with the food and enjoy and stuff. What are you eating? Is it anything good? Can I know? Should I be like you? Just ask what you're eating. It is weird that the lights are off. The last time I was here, the electricity was up and running, but now... You don't even know if you have food. Well, that's a bit rough. Well, now the lights are on. But why? I turned them on. Oh no, Mons, don't eat Mifa, no. Don't eat the doggo. We were meant to go shopping last week, but put it off. Oh no! I mean, I guess I kind of understand that one. Oh, good morning, Bunny. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Seems like they were in power saving mode. I hacked into the system controls and overrode the settings. Oh, it's you. The kid with the fluffy Eevee bag. I guess? My name's Penny. Well, hey, we never got to talk. I'm Nimona, I'm in class 1A. You must be some kind of tech whiz. You like Pokemon battling too? You talk like way too much. Surprisingly chipper? Nice. That's good. I'm a little bit down, but overall doing pretty good. It's been a slow day, so that always gets to me a little bit. It's partially to do with my meds as well. It makes everything a little bit, like emotions are a bit higher and stuff like that, so I can't focus as much on not feeling them. You deserve that, but you feel like 72 seconds was too long. It was a little bit long, but I don't know why Aura chose 72 seconds actually. It's a weird amount to choose, but I agree with the timeout. That's an absolute mood. Feelings are rough. They are. The director introduced us. When you need someone with good tech, she's a no-brainer. Good with tech. She's a no-brainer. Anyway, Penny here also agreed in a second when she heard it was to help Marty. I'm not really the adventuring type, but I owe you, Marty, and I pay my debts. She's surprisingly old-fashioned like that. And of course everyone knows me. I'm Arvin. My loves include Mavostiv and cooking and biometric identification in progress. Hello, Marty. I've been expecting you. And it seems you've gathered up a group of formidable allies as well. Sorry, who are you? That's my mom. Probably. Wait, why the probably? What? That's Professor Sada? Nimona, student ID number 805C001, and Penny, student ID number 803B121. Thank you for coming. Of course, Professor. Oh my gosh. It's such an honor to meet you in person. Dickus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I mean, maybe not in person exactly. Arvin, did you tell your mom about us? When would I have done that? To begin with, I'd like to ask you all to make your way down into the Great Crater of Paldea. You can reach the lower chamber using the elevator you can see to your right. Mom? Please proceed below. Well, ignored. Are they not on good terms? Must not be. Complete ignore. What did I think of the Elite Four? Well, I beat them in one, Dickus, so they weren't that problematic. Also beat Director Clavel and Penny, and now our Pokemon are around level 60-ish. A little bit below still, some of them. Pip! It's time for Pokemon! Nice. I mean, you got wrecked by that trainer, but you tried. That's the important part. Biometric identification in progress. Identities confirmed. Access granted to lower level. Oh, it opened for us automatically. Not quite. Looks to me like someone's controlling this thing remotely. Once you step through, you will be above Area 0. Marty, you have brought Koraidon with you? Yep. I thank you for bringing it with you on your many adventures. If you utilize Koraidon's gliding capabilities, you should be able to descend into the depths to reach Area 0. What? Isn't there like an elevator or something? And wait, did you say Koraidon can fly? When you reach the bottom, I will get in touch again. I hope your trip is uneventful. Railroading people into stuff just like always. I can't wait to see what Pokemon live down in Area 0. Let's go. That girl, is she like incapable of fear or what? You felt lied to, there was 5 you had to beat, not 4. Well, there's the Elite 4, and then you have to beat the chairman. Would it be hypocritical to eat hot dogs right now? I don't think so, Aura. I think that's fine. Because it's not actually made out of dog. As you... like, the name doesn't make sense. They're not actually made out of dog. So I think it's fine. I guess we better go too. Then they should change the name. No, but it's the Elite 4 and then the Champion. There were two separate tests, stickers. Or 3 technically. There was the questions that apparently people failed. Like, because the person taking the test was like, oh, you're the first one to pass this the first try since Nimona. And it's like, how did people fail this? They're literal just questions about who you fought and stuff. How did... what? You failed it? Oh my god. Pip. You might have looked some up. Well, technically I did look up the name of the gym leader. I think I could have guessed it correctly, but I wanted to make sure. Need names and remembering stuff. Yeah, I mean, I normally remember them, but because it had been so long, like literally, the gym I selected was the water gym. It's been like 3 weeks. So, you know, I had to remember the name of someone that I met like 3 weeks ago for about half an hour or something like that. It's not easy. Like normally, if you'd actually live in the Pokemon world and you'd know the gym leaders' names because they'd be like important people. You'd always hear of them also at school and things like that because, oh, did you hear about the gym leader this and this? Because you know the city names and stuff like that. So I would think that normally if a person were from this world and were taking the test, they should not fail because there weren't any truly difficult questions in there except for the name part. So if they know the names, if they are living in that world and they should know the names, then they shouldn't fail. So why would so many people, except for Nimona apparently, fail on their first attempt? It doesn't make sense in the world. You forgot the name of the school. Oh my god. Oh no. But to be fair, you don't really spend that much time at the school, so I kind of understand that as well. I kind of understand. Oh god. Please don't. Okay. You know what? I'll just turn it off. The light is being annoying. You forgot the name of the school too, but they just name dropped it right before the quiz. I guess they do, yeah. I guess they do. Ready for the worst? Yep, we're fine. Good, that's all we needed to hear. Get out that Pokemon of yours and we'll be off. Wait, so how does this work? Does everyone just hop on? What's the matter with it? Scared of heights? That's what I'd say. Well, no wonder. But no need to be scared if we go together. How does that logic work? Get on! Oh my god. I think we're dead. Holy shit. Arvin had some strength to hold on. Holy shit. Like the fact that Arvin, he's holding you like this with one arm while you're going down at high speeds. Holy shit, and then he pulls you back on. How the fuck does he have that much strength? That doesn't make sense. He's a strong boy. Why does Raiden depart without us? I think because they all hopped on and it basically slid off the edge a little bit. They jumped on his back so heavily that it like went forward a bit multiple times and then just slid off and couldn't do anything except for hover because otherwise it would die. So they kind of forced it into it. And now I'm back here again. I think I might have died once or twice there. Well, I would have died, or should have died, considering what happened. It's okay, bud. It's okay. Don't have to be scared. It chose to go back into its ball. It's probably just hungry or something. Wait a second. Where's the student council girl? Well, she's gone. You don't think she... Everyone, you have to see this. Area 0 is amazing. Come on already. I guess your... Oh god. I guess your ability would be own tempo, huh? Biometric identification in progress. 4 humans identified. Condition satisfactory. Vital signs all within normal range. It appears you were able to make the descent without being harmed. Yeah, sure, smooth sailing. Who could possibly complain about a landing like that? That is good. I had concerns you might fail, given the crudeness of the only available access method. Oh no, not that one. Dickus. How dare you? I mean, it's not your fault, but still. I think your mom's sarcasm detector needs fixing. Oh, you were worried about us? That's so sweet. You should now make your way to me. It's a Zero Lab in the deepest part of Area 0. However, the entrance to the lab is barred by 4 locks installed on the exterior, which I cannot unlock. 4 locks? On your way to me, you must visit 4 research stations that were constructed inside the crater. At each station, you will be able to disable one of the locks. Do so as you make your way down. I hope you succeed. Wait, why the locks though? Yes, let's disable the 4 locks and get into that lab. Sounds kind of video gamey when you say it out loud, huh? Did you just... Don't break the 4th wall, Nimona. Come on, time to find our way to the deepest part of Area 0. Feels out of place, everyone's playing Scarlet. I mean I am, but not everyone. Gem is playing Violet. Dickus is playing Violet, I think. Oh, you're Scarlet. Sorry, Woodwood is Violet then. Sorry, I mixed you guys up, I think. You're Scarlet. No, you're Scarlet. That is a deep crater. What is this?
Alright my love, I am going lurky-loo but I am still here. Fight them kids.
I will do, buddy. Thank you so much for the bits. Hope you have a good lurk. Espion. I am just avoiding all Pokemon battles. I'm just looking around and grabbing shiny things. Why are we so slow in this water? Oh my god. Please. Okay. Oh. Hello? I guess I might as well catch it. If you're fighting it anyway. Oh come on, don't be like that. Don't heal up. Oh my god. Like you're gonna die if you keep that up. See? You could have stayed alive and just gone in the ball. No. You have to be difficult. Found catching things here appalling. Pun intended, of course. Of course it is. Is the catch rate just higher or lower, I guess? They're just talking, I'm not even paying attention to them. They're just being like, how did you guys meet and stuff, and guess we're all in the Budsmith Marley Club. It's a very, very exclusive club, that one. You missed this dialogue? You jumped off too many cliffs. Oh, right, of course. I mean, yeah, if you jump off, you'll get down quicker, that's for sure. don't know where we're actually going. We need to find the research labs, but the map doesn't work, right? Got lost, the only way was down. I mean, the only way is down, yes, because it's a crater. That is how it works. But there's options on how you get down. So wait, is that one of the centers? I think so, one of the labs. And there's one down there. There's one up there, I think. Or is that something else? There's something up there. You jumped off the cliff to get to the first lab? Ah, okay. I was just looking around. What is that in the back? Oh yeah, what were they called? Radish rations? Research stations. Huh. Well, it was close. No, you weren't. What the fuck, Arvin? What? Radish rations. Ah, yes. Definitely. He's got food on his mind. Arvin may have brain damage, yeah. Wow, you have such great memory, Penny. What's great is my common sense compared to you lot, apparently. Nice, Penny. Nice. That, oh my god. Beautiful. Oh. That's the Pokemon that Brumaru uses. I didn't know that species could be found in the Great Crater. Come on, Marnie, let's take it on together. Dima! Okay. Right, I thought it was just I had to actually click to keep going. Hey Zombie Fight, how are you doing? Well, thanks for the kill steal, Nimona, what the fuck? How dare you? She's like, let's take it on together. Rushes straight in, kills it. How dare. Are there any more of these rare Pokemon down here, you think? There won't be if you keep killing them, Nimona. What the fuck? You think that was something? Please, you've got no idea how terrifying Area Zero really is. It is very in character, true. Patronizing much? Easy, you two. Let's just head inside the research station. Oh. There's the entrance. There's a single bed. Wow, are these ancient ruins? They look far too recent for that. It appears you've reached the first research station without incident. This facility was constructed 87 years ago as a way station for those surveying Area Zero. So that's why there's a bed. Looks like we can use this place to rest up if we need to. Marty, if you would be so kind as to disable the first lock on the lab using that secret central panel. So, there's one bed. There's 4 of us. It's a bit weird. don't think we want to rest with all of the characters together. The plebs sleep on the floor. Actually, yeah. The other ones can sleep on the floor. We sleep on the bed. We are leading this expedition. Thank you for the clip, Pip. Speak for yourself, more curling is more good. Fair. I don't really know her at all, even if she is my mom. I try not to think too much about it, try to be proud. The truth is I would... God, the text goes very fast. And there she appears out of blue and tells me to come to the great creator, some family, right? But we're not here to judge or anything. And I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. No, I was also giving you a hard time. Penny. Name's Penny. You know, you're actually pretty nice for a little pipsqueak. What is that supposed to mean, Arvin? It's very rude. You can't just call someone a little pipsqueak. You're very nice for a little pipsqueak. Okay, that's condescending and rude and everything. What's the monkey asked about, Aura? So he apparently ran into a big strong Pokemon around here. Arvin. And he never wants to meet it again. So surely that means we won't meet it again, right? Surely. If Arvin doesn't want to meet it anymore, surely it won't show up. The second research station. About time too. Here, let's head in and take a breather. Thought you'd have a bit more stamina, student council girl. I'm just full of surprises. That wasn't a compliment, you know. Oh my god. Penny, how can you look at that and just be like, oh look, a Jigglypuff? Like, yes, but no. Oh, Pip. Yes, oh, Pip. It's very fitting, Pip. Also, thank you for the follow, Raymings. Welcome. Hey look, a Jigglypuff. It's good to see some nice familiar Pokemon down here, too. Huh? Oh my gosh, it's so cute. That looks even less like Jigglypuff than the robot looked like Delibird. Yeah? Brah! What the? Wah! Marnie, it's battle time! And runs off. Great, Penny. Good job. It's cuter though, I guess. It is cute. I haven't seen the Delibird. The robot Delibird. I've heard of it. Screamtail. What a name. What a name. Well, it is screaming, so name is about right. Can we catch this thing? Is that a thing you can do? No. Not yet, at least. The Delibird has a sack that it can shoot lasers from? Nice. Nice. Who doesn't like lasers? Seriously, what was that? Darn thing scared me off to death. It was definitely kind of ferocious for a Jigglypuff, wasn't it? No kidding. Come on, let's get inside already. One more jump scare like that and I'm done for. Well, we met Screamtail. Lovely. We can bust up some more in this lab. Seems like wild Pokemon don't come in here. We should be safe to catch our breath. Nice, seriously, what's with this place? That Pokemon. I've been wondering about that myself. I think maybe that Pokemon was one of these. Huh? What's that book? Monsters of Area Zero. As we descended further into Area Zero, we began to catch glimpses of mysterious Pokemon, though we wondered if these huge, ferocious beasts were indeed Pokemon at all. One of our team suffered a brutal blow from such a beast and was mortally wounded, forcing us to retreat for a time. So we've read this before, in the library of the school, I think. Resembling a Donphan. Yeah. So they aren't actually Pokemon? I don't really know. The names are better in Scarlet, in Violet it's Iron this, Iron that. Yeah, I know. It's not as great. Iron Treads, I think, is one of them, and Iron something, I don't remember. I saw the names at some point. What do you think, Marty? I think they really are just Pokemon. Yeah, same. I mean, they look different, sure, but they use moves and battle just like Pokemon we know. I suppose this time has come for an explanation. Professor, some of the life forms that you see residing now within Area Zero are ancient Pokemon that lived in the distant past, long lost to us. Ancient Pokemon? What? That's awesome! Oh come on, there's no way that's possible. Zero Lab, where I am located, contains a time machine. Of course it does. It summons the ancient Pokemon to this place. So the thing Mom spent forever researching down here, she actually got it working? Indeed, though the cost was catastrophic. The cost? A time machine? You mean you can actually travel to and from the past? It is theoretically possible to travel to the past. However, for a being such as a human, it would not be possible to return to the present. Well, that's horrifying. Mom, you... Piff, no. Bad. Why did you call us here to Area Zero? Irvin, if possible, I would like us to speak when we can meet face to face. It will be easier for you to understand once you can see the situation for yourself. Now then, Marty, please use the central panel here and disable another lock. Yeah. We can do. Push button. Well done. Please continue your efforts at the remaining research stations. Hey Marty, you know that book she told me to bring? I think it's got something to do with this place. Or more like everything to do with this place. But I'm not the one she expects to fix whatever all this is. You are. I think you should be the one to carry it. Okay. Take care of it for me, okay? So can we read it? Is that a thing we can do? You can see illustrations and notes from a long ago explorer of Area Zero. So, a description, but not actually reading it. That's too bad. Okay. 2 to go. What are your parents like, Nimona? My parents? Pretty normal, I guess. Are you serious? Even I know about your dad. He's on the board of the Rodham Phone Company. Wait, how do you know that? Everyone knows that. He's famous. And I guess I looked him up for my own reasons. So Nimona's some pampered princess from a rich family? No way, blah blah blah. So yeah, I guess you could say mother and father were like hands off in their own sort of way. My big sister would probably take over the business. Wait, you call them mother and father? That is some pampered little princess stuff like right there. Oh my god. The conversation goes a little bit too quick. I would have liked them to slow down with the text. Because I can follow it if I just read, but if I have to speak it out, which I like to do, I can't quite keep up. Okay, there's the third lab. We're seeing all these Pokemon and I'm just like, ignore every single thing. Go to the labs. Though I guess there isn't really a reason for me at the moment to catch them. Like, I'd rather just go back and catch them later. Alright, another research station. Nice, we get to chill for a minute. Something's gonna jump out at us again. 100% guaranteed. Oh, Penny, such a worrywart. Huh? There it is. Great Tusk. See? See? Wait a sec. This is just like that Titan Pokemon we saw. So it was an ancient Pokemon all along. Well, you battled one of these before, Arvin? It looks seriously strong. Yeah, well, Marty and I are old pros when it comes to Titans. Leave this one to us. I mean, this one isn't as big. The other one looked stronger, to be honest. It wasn't, but it looked stronger. Nice, Mabostic. Expanding Force. Beating up all the Titans, yep. Okay. Boom. Done. So I guess it's showing us all of the special Pokemon in Area Zero as we go down. If we've got things from literal ancient times roaming around Paldea, that's a major problem. Isn't Professor Sada doing anything to keep them under control? How could she let this happen? Yeah, right, because it's not like, oh, so brilliant Professor Sada ever messes up. Come on, Marty, let's get into the research station. Well, I think they messed up big time. Like the way she spoke, it sounds like she can't leave. And all of this is overgrown and old and stuff. Like something went terribly wrong. How are we doing after all that walking and battling and whatnot? Anyone need a rest? You feeling rough, Penny? No, it's not that. I've just been thinking, ever since the professor mentioned that time machine. The Pokemon here in Area Zero came to our time from the past, right? So what about Koraidon? Isn't it pretty likely that's also one of the ancient Pokemon? Right. Huh. I think you're onto something. It is kinda giving off ancient vibes. Even its name sounds pasty. Wait a sec, I totally forgot. Hey Arvin. You had Koraidon's ball and you told us about its forms in the first place. You must know something about it, right? You still remember that from way back? No wonder you're everybody's little star pupil. Guess I've got no choice then but to tell you what I know. That Pokemon, Koraidon that is, it was found by my mom when she was working on her time machine. I believe it would be best for me to take over the explanations at this point. Professor, Koraidon, which I entrusted to Marty, was the first Pokemon that was successfully retrieved from the past by the time machine. Seriously? Through analysis of its genetic makeup as well as its behavioral patterns, I came to realize that what I had discovered was in fact an ancient form of Cyclizar, the Pokemon still commonly ridden in this region. Well, that makes sense, I guess. They do look alike. Many other Pokemon also came to this place from across the boundaries of time, but I was never able to bring over more than 2 specimens of Koraidon. Huh? You mean there's another one around here somewhere? What if they're family? The other one could still be somewhere in Area Zero, waiting to finally be reunited with our Koraidon. A heartwarming family reunion? Exactly. Imagine how thrilled they'll be if we can get the family back together after all this time. Family, huh? Yeah, that sounds nice. If we could proceed, Marty, please disable the lock. Will do. Boop. Only one remains now. Please continue to the final research station. It can't be that much further now, right? So Koraidon is an ancient Pokemon. No wonder no one's seen it before. You've got to let me battle Koraidon right now. It still won't come out of its Pokeball. Oh right. That was the first I heard of it coming from the past myself. It was just some weird Pokemon my mom brought home all of a sudden one day. We all lived together at the Lighthouse Lab for a little while. Mom made a promise to keep it a secret and I had to take care of it for her too. So that's why you knew so much about it. Yeah, but then one day Koraidon just went nuts against some wild Pokemon. A few of the folks living nearby ended up sensing it, or feeling it. Once that happened, Mom took it to Area Zero. Yeah. Oh my god. Can I couldn't send out my Pokemon. Screamtail. Come on, get in the ball. Bam. First try. Oh yeah. So what was that Dickus about them being difficult to catch and stuff? There's only been one reported sighting of this Pokemon. It resembles a mysterious creature depicted in an old expedition journal. What do you mean one? This is like the second one I've seen. Oh, oops. No, I don't wanna put it in a party. There you go. Oh. This place is pretty cool. I like it. If only the game was slightly more graphically impressive. If only. It still looks nice, but a bit bland, sadly. Oh my gosh, look at all those huge gorgeous crystals. They go all the way to the bottom. It's not the best. Yeah, it's sadly just a little bit of a drawback of this game. Probably because of this short amount of time they had to work on it and stuff like that. Overall, it's a really good game, but graphically and just performance-wise, not great. Just wish it deserved better. One step and we can kiss our short lives goodbye. Oh, good call. Watch your step. So the professor's down there somewhere, waiting for us. Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine. You can do it, Arvin. You can get through this. It's okay. Let's get to the bottom of this thing. Exactly. We can find out what happened and everything. Is it just me, or do the crystals here give off the same glow as when Pokemon terrestrialize? There's gotta be some sort of connection. Only one way to find out. Come on everybody, let's get moving. Let's keep moving. Oh, hi. Can we get away? Yeah, okay. Don't really want to deal with that right now. There's another Screamtail. So the Pokédex is like, there's only one we've seen so far, and I'm just walking around here. That's the second one we've seen. Well, third one technically. Here, look at this. There's like 3 in the same area. What do you mean only one has been seen? They're everywhere. But only one has been seen. Yeah, I mean maybe the people who have seen more never survived. They all just died. Yeah. They just got murdered by the Jigglypuffs. The Screamtails. Just thinking about school made me want to hide away somewhere. Yeah, it feels... Same Penny, just like very real. My like middle school experience was basically just... I just wanna not talk to people at all, please. I'm at school, but I don't want to be really... What is this? Flutter Mane? It's beautiful. I love it. Well, thanks for that. Oh, I actually don't know what to do here, because we can try a Dusk Ball, because we are in a cave. There you go. So again, Tickers was telling me like, oh, it's so difficult to catch things here. And I catch these two in one Pokeball. Boom, no problem. This Pokemon has characteristics similar to those of Fluttermane, a creature mentioned in a certain book. That is not a good description of what Fluttermane is. That literally is just like, this is Fluttermane, it looks like Fluttermane. Thanks, okay. That is a very good description. That's... It looks a bit like a Fluttermane. Yeah, it does, I guess. You could basically do that for every Pokemon. Just like, this is Pikachu, it looks like a Pikachu. That's someone who had a job and they couldn't just not be arsed to take time to do it, yeah. They're not lying. No, true. They're not lying. Oh, what happened? This place is a mess. It looks like something went berserk in here. Yeah, but what? Hello, children. Yeah, Professor, you scared us. I'm sorry. Why is everything in here all busted up? I'm sorry. Hello, children. Come again? I'm sorry. 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 I'm so sorry. Hello, children. Hello. Hello. What the heck? Stop that. You're creeping us out. Hello, children. Initiating restart. The professor must be having some kind of weird connection problems or something, huh? I think the professor is like an AI talking to us. Well, it was definitely weird at least. Almost like, I don't know. She meant it as a joke, it wasn't funny. I still got goosebumps and all. Well, it can't be just recordings, right? Because otherwise she wouldn't know Penny, she wouldn't know me, that kind of stuff, right? It can't just be recordings. She wouldn't know where we are at all times, that kind of stuff. So it has to be some kind of more advanced thing, like an AI, right? Like her personality inside of a machine. But yeah, that they don't think anything like that is interesting to me, because I would be like, these kind of errors are not like a connection thing. That sounds like a robot voice going out of control for a moment. Hello? Can you hear me now? Please forgive my previous transmission. There seems to be some signal interference. That's not what that was. What do you mean, Arvin? The locks have all been disabled at last. Please make your way now to the Zero Lab, which lies at the very bottom of Area 0. What is going on? Wait, there's a teleporter thing? What is that? There's like a teleporter pad. I saw it just before I exited, but... wasn't it there before? Oh, you can just teleport from the research gates to each other. That's nice. There was definitely something off about the professor just now. Maybe it was just around Claire to get us jazzed or something. What do you mean jazzed? Yeah, maybe even big time jazzed. He had to go see a doctor, that's just not right. So I'm pretty sure that call was really... Never mind, it's nothing. You seem kinda down. Yeah, I think Arvin is onto something. What is this? Some sort of plate inscribed with a mysterious symbol. No, Screamtail, please. I was reading. You can't just attack me from the back while I'm reading. Let's see. What is that symbol? It's like a mountain with another mountain on top of it. And then two amulets. Amulet coins. And then a map of what looks to be the crater. So should we jump down? I kind of want to jump down. Because I think the lab is over there. Should we just jump down? Whee! Nice. So, is this... Are these buildings part of the lab? Wait. I'm confused. Did I miss something? Did jumping down get me too far down? I mean, she said the bottom. This looks to be the bottom. I do wish I could ride Koraidon here. There's a lot of stuff here. Is that a cave? Okay, well, just a small cave. Nothing crazy. Let's see. What did I miss? Because those buildings, are those part of the lab, or is the lab like in the crystals? I don't know. I feel like it's taken us too long to get there. That it makes me think that I've done something wrong, that I've skipped past it by jumping down, or something like that. Well, we can't get that unless we can ride Koraidon. I feel like we're just walking in a circle now. Like we're coming back to where we landed in the first place. Oh wait, no, here it is. I think. That staircase looks promising. So, I think I went the wrong way. If I had walked back where I landed instead of going forward the way I went, I probably would have reached this much quicker. Have we finally reached the deepest part? We made it! Ready to see if those legends of treasure down here are for real? Yeah, right. That's just fluff they write to fill the textbooks. Ring ring. Hello children. You've done well to make it here. The structure you see before you is the Zero Lab. That's where you are, right, Professor? Wait, why does it look like the whole place is being swallowed up by crystals? The crystals here in Area Zero possess a peculiar energy. This energy can alter the functions of living things and optimize the performance of machinery. It is the same energy that allows Pokemon to terrestrialize. So this entire building has been terrestrialized? Is that what you're saying? Don't be silly, Arvin. The professor implied something important about Terra Orbs just now. They're made from the crystals down here in Area Zero, aren't they? Indeed, though not many know it. Since you have disabled all 4 locks, the gate to the Zero Lab should now be open for you. But once you open the gate, you will be quickly confronted with dangerous Pokemon inside. They will likely make a break for freedom. That sounds like a problem. With the 4 of you working together, you should be able to best them. Prepare yourselves well, then open the gate. You've got me and Marty here, doesn't matter what we're up against, we'll be fine. Well, then that puts all my worries to rest. So are they not like... Wait, what do you mean? There's Pokemon, like dangerous Pokemon inside of the lab where you're supposed to be? Is no one like... Wait a minute, that's weird. That doesn't make sense. Why would there be dangerous Pokemon if the lab is not abandoned? Right? Hold it. Huh? Why? We're finally on the cusp of getting into the lab. Like, if it's true that a bunch of really dangerous Pokemon might come at us, then shouldn't we also have Koraidon's help? Yeah, if Koraidon were like how we first saw it in the Inlet Grotto, that'd be a huge help. I want to see it in battle. But it hasn't even wanted to let us ride it ever since it came down to Area Zero. And it can't enter its battle form in the first place. But it's really strong, I know it is. It ate all those Herba Mystica we found too. When it really matters, I'm sure it'll fight. In the Area Zero is where it used to live. If you bring it out of its ball now, maybe it'll be able to find its family too, right? And that's pretty sensible by your standards, Arvin. I don't know. Go on, Marty, let Koraidon out. No. Come on, it'll be fine. Even if Koraidon can't fight, I'll protect it, okay? No, I said... Don't do it. Oh my god, I said no. Why don't we... If I said no, why does the game then be like, yes? No. No is no. Now that we've got Koraidon ready, it's time to open the gate. It's a Pokemon game, choices do not matter. I guess so, yeah. A lot of the time, sadly, that's true. Oh, here we go. Oh, there it is. The second Koraidon. Family reunion. It's happening. Oh, no way. I don't think it's a nice reunion. No, something's not right. Off it goes. Bye. So wait, she said dangerous Pokemon would come out. We open it and it goes in. I'm confused. Huh? What's wrong? Are you bummed that your heartwarming family reunion got cut off so quickly? Are you joking? There was nothing heartwarming about it. We were this close to getting caught up in a nasty brawl. Wait, for real? Just look at Koraidon, poor thing's terrified. Guess that other one isn't exactly its pal. Yeah, that other Pokemon was giving off some real bad vibes. Not that you should worry about a thing about any of that. Once we get you back into your battle form, I'm sure you'll be going toe-to-toe against that jerk. If, you know, if you want to. Sorry, guess that doesn't really help, does it? Do you think that other Koraidon was one of the dangerous Pokemon the professor warned us to watch out for? But didn't the professor say the dangerous Pokemon would come out from inside? You mean from inside the gates we just... Yep. What the... This is fine, don't worry about it. We're surrounded. And it's pretty obvious they're not here to roll out the friendly welcome mat. There's no way we can handle this many. And don't tell me they're all ancient Pokemon. We've got a little disaster on our hands here. Look, even that fellow's ready to bail. I guess it's my turn. I've been waiting. Come on, Marty, let's do this together. Oh yeah, let's do this. Okay, well, like in Roxtown. Good job, Nimona. Oh my god, Nimona, you're no help whatsoever. You did a tiny bit of damage, then died, and then missed. How are you so bad? Wow, they're strong. Now this is a worthwhile challenge. I'm glad you're on our side, but you're still really annoying when you say stuff like that. Ah, why are they coming at me? Marnie, help me out here. Fine. Fine, I guess we'll help. Oh, I shouldn't have terrestrialized actually. That might be a waste. Could have used it later. Lava Plume. Just hit Umbreon as well, it's fine. Umbreon can take it. No, no explosion for you. I don't want to learn explosion. Yeah, the ancient past must have been terrifying. Nice. Oh no, they're running away. Yeah, and? If those Pokemon get out, we're gonna have a gigantic mess on our hands. We gotta go after them, Penny. Wait, why me? Wait. Yeah, hold on, Nimona. Why do I get the feeling you're enjoying all of this? I hope the two of them can handle their part. But at least the crowd's been thinning out. Guess it's up to us to deal with what's left. Okay. Got this. Why does it keep using fire moves on my fire type Pokemon that absorbs fire moves? It's not the smartest thing. But I guess they are wild Pokemon. There are already so many of them out there. Well, they mean outside of the crater, I think. But yeah, there were quite a few Screamtails and stuff. So, yeah. See, the power of friendship had us perfectly in sync. All thanks to our Titan hunting together. Still scared, huh? You worried you might have to face that other one of your kind? Well then, let me take some of your burden. These stragglers should be nothing. Me and my boss stuff here can take them. So Marley, you take your partner there and go take care of business. Got it. I'm glad to see you've got some faith in us at last. My boss can't wait to battle either. Yeah, I believe in my boss. He's a good boy. Right on. You really ruined my whole childhood, you know. But it's not like seeing you cowering and scared out of your wits makes me feel any better about it. You've got amazing powers, if you just use them. And you've got us too, so don't even think about losing to that jerk. Be brave, stand up and fight. Nice. Yeah. Okay, let me actually save before going in. It's probably a good idea. He is coming around, yeah. I do like his story. Oh. Hi? Professor? You okay there? Human presence detected within the Zero Lab. Sada? You alive? Deactivating sleep mode. Yep, okay, so she's a robot. Hello Marty, and thank you for coming. Also, what's with the outfit? No, back to your ball. That one is far less tractable and far more aggressive than the other one you've traveled with. Yokovaiden fled Area Zero because it lost to the other one in a territorial struggle. I'm afraid that there is something for which I must apologize. I am not the true Professor Sada. Then who are you? I am an artificial intelligence the Professor created, imbued with her memories and knowledge. In short, I am an AI-powered robot. Well, yep, that's kind of what I assumed. Though I wasn't sure if there was a robot or if it was just a voice. I guess it's for going into the past, gotta look the part. Yeah, I guess so. The lab code is kind of a giveaway. Created imbued with the... Yeah, okay. So, the real professor passed away during the incident that destroyed Research Station number 4. The incident? The Pokemon was not to be blamed. It was the original professor who failed to accurately judge its full power. I believe the professor wanted nothing more than for Koraidon to survive and thrive. That is why she threw herself in front of Koraidon in an attempt to protect it. From the time I first reached out to Director Clavel and asked to be put in contact with you, I was never more than an AI. Marty, the reason I ask you to come to me is because I have one last thing to do here at the Zero Lab, and I desire your help. In short, I wish for you to put a stop to the time machine the original professor created. Any questions can be addressed as we make our descent. Follow me. Well then. But how do we tell Arven that his mom is dead and has been dead for actually quite a while? I mean, maybe he's kind of, because he did know that it wasn't his mom talking, basically. He was getting that feeling already, so maybe he kind of knows or has an inkling. She had a Pokeball for the other Koraidon. Why did she not use that instead of throwing herself between them? That is a good question, Mohans. That is a very good question. Marty, it's truly a great relief to me that you came. I will answer any questions you may have. Is there anything you wish to know? What is this time machine? The time machine is a device that the original professor and I worked on together. It sends Pokeballs to a different point on the timeline to catch Pokemon there, and it can then draw them back here to the present. When she was alive, Professor Sada had a great fascination with Pokemon from another age, what you might call ancient Pokemon. Even as we speak, the time machine continues to automatically draw ancient Pokemon to this time. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Yeah, all of the Pokemon would have their own Pokeballs, but that also begs the question, like, if they escape their Pokeballs and are running around, why can we catch them? Because normally if something already has a Pokeball linked to it, you shouldn't be able to catch them because they're owned by someone. What is an AI really? Artificial intelligence. A computer draws on the original professor's knowledge and memories to calculate all of my thoughts and actions. The results of those calculations are expressed by this mechanical body built to resemble the professor in every way. Humanity does not, in fact, possess the knowledge to develop such a sophisticated AI at present, but the crystals that make up the Zero Lab have made such a thing possible here. They are also why I cannot leave this place. Okay. As I explained to you before, the original professor no longer exists. During the destruction of the research station, her physical body received grievous injuries that left it unable to sustain life. I'm afraid that this fact may be difficult for her son, Arven, to accept. I now manage the Zero Lab in the original professor's place. What is it you really want? The original professor had a dream of a world in which ancient Pokemon might live alongside present-day Pokemon in harmony. But these Pokemon's powers seem to stem from a primal energy of the ancient past, and this energy has proved too terrible. Their very existence brings destruction to the ecological balance of this modern age. The original professor would say that such destruction is a natural part of life. At present, the barrier around Area Zero is still working to keep the ancient Pokemon from escaping into the rest of Paldea, but we've begun to see Pokemon appear that can break the barrier, such as Great Tusk. Eventually, they will break free of this walled garden known as Area Zero and run rampant. And when they do, the rich and varied ecosystem of Paldea will be trampled beneath their coming. I may have been created as a copy of the professor, and yet I cannot seem to find the logic in allowing such a tragedy to occur. But any hope of preventing it would require overcoming the greatest AI that the original professor ever devised. Marty, you have become a formidable trainer. Now use that strength you have gained to destroy the dream Sada once cherished. Okay. I appreciate your willingness to help. Yeah, that she was just fine with it destroying the entire ecosystem if only it meant that her dream could come true is kind of evil, in a sense. So maybe it's good that she's no longer around. I appreciate your willingness to help. Do not tell Arvin that. Well, we won't, of course not. Ooh, fancy room. Many crystals. So shiny. This is the time machine we perfected using the power of the terrestrial phenomenon. Okay. What do I do with it? To stop the time machine, you will need to use the professor's ID, which has been embedded within the Scarlet book. It was very like the professor to put the final key we would need in that book, of all places. She loved that volume since childhood. If you place the Scarlet book upon the pedestal here, you will be able to stop the time machine. There is just one issue. If you try to stop the machine, I will most likely attack you. Artificial being that I am, my own desires can be overridden by the system's programming. Once that happens, I'm afraid I will become no more than a battle machine, bound to defeat anyone identified as an obstacle by my code. My battling abilities are peerless. They are built upon analysis of all the battles carried out by the various champions of the Paldea region. Having seen the bond between you and your Pokemon, however, I believe you can prevail. Once you have readied yourself for this fight, please place the Scarlet book upon the pedestal. Okay. Here we go. But that does mean that she's going to send out Koraidon. Access denied. Shutdown command overridden. Reinitializing. It's up to you now, Marnie. AI SATA switching to sleep mode, activating offensive protocols. Please defeat me. Oh my god. At last. At last my dream is within reach. And you're not getting in the way. Well, okay. This is fine. Ooh, Slitherwing. I haven't seen that one before. I don't know who you are, but I'm not about to let anyone get in the way of my goals. This is the power of the ancient past. Splendid, isn't it? Now this is interesting. Child, do you actually understand the ancient Pokemon's weaknesses? I do, kind of. I didn't know this would work, but... Oh. Come on, we can do this. You imagine you can be at best the wealth of data at my disposal with your human brain? I mean, yeah. Probably. Screamtail. No, let's leave it. She does have a lot of Blaster Balls, it's true. Yeah, if the machine just uses Master Balls, she must have like thousands of them. Come on, Street. Tarks. Sucker Punch is fine. Boom. Fluttermane? No, that's fine. Root Chop. Oh, Power Gem. No! Hurts! Okay. Got 3 left. We're gonna have to... Might have to use items. Yeah, we'll have to use items. I mean, I've already used items in battle, it's not like it's new. Rhea can tank while we do this. Go. And if Rhea survives, I'm gonna heal Rhea too. Use a max potion, why not? It's time to strike back. Don't know how well you can strike back, but we're gonna try anyway. The Dunsparce. Feel the power. Sandy shocks. Oh. Huh. Well, that's actually pretty awkward. That's actually pretty awkward. Yeah, okay. Armourouge, it's up to you. Oh my god. Okay. I think we're dead. What do I do against this? It's like rounds. It seems to be like ground steel, but I don't know if that's true. How do we deal with this? Maybe Tarks. Screed is gonna get hurt a lot, if not just straight die. Yep. Just as calculated, a critical hit to your Pokemon. It's time to simply give up, child. I mean, this is basically my final hurrah. I don't really have another choice here. Yep, F. That's rough. What is that typing? Okay, I guess we try again. How do I deal with that? How do I deal with that? I think I will know the types, yeah. Can I skip this now? Or no? I mean, it is a cool animation to be fair, so I don't really mind. Like, this is pretty cool, this whole thing. Here we go. Once again. I also like that she just drops it off the edge. She's just standing there, just like, "Oh, there you go." So I might have started with the wrong Pokemon here. Yep, I've definitely started with the wrong Pokemon here. So Armor Rouge was actually a very good starter for that. So let's swap out. I should have kept with Armor Rouge as starter. That actually worked fine, so... This might be excessive, and it might be the wrong choice. But I'm still doing it. It lived. That is kind of a problem. I really don't want to use items, but I kind of have to. And even if I do, like, what's it gonna do now? Is I have to... okay, that's actually fine. Lunge. Yep. No problem. Come on. Boom burst. User attacks everything around it with the destructive power of a terrible explosive sound. Well, the thing is, you're more of a physical attacker, so I don't want that. It's really good, but... I'm gonna keep this in for now. I don't know if you're faster. But you should be... No, you're not. Sucker Punch. Damn it. Damn you and your Sucker Punch. Yep, that's actually... This is not good. This is going worse than the previous try. Oh my god, really? Really? Maybe I should have just sent in Tarks over there. Oh my god. I hate this fight. Well, the thing is, they still do damage, and any damage taken is bad. Like, if I had taken more damage, I would have been dead. Some sort of error is calculating for critical damage. We're just losing. We're losing this. It sucks. I don't know the typings well enough at all. And most of them are also super effective. No, I've lost bombs. I'm not saying that because of anything. I've lost. Like, I've already lost. Period. There's nothing I can do about it. You can believe in me or not, it doesn't matter. I've lost. That's what I mean. That's all it means, is that I've lost already. Unless I get super, super lucky and I miss their attacks and all that stuff, I've lost. Most of their attacks are 100% chance to hit. They will not miss. Like that. Like, I'm not even trying at this point because, again, I've already lost. So why would I... Like, I can't win with one Pokemon versus, like, 4. 3. It's there. I mean, there is technically a chance. I guess. Like, if I take the time... I guess we'll try. But as soon as Rhea dies, it's basically over. Paralyzed? That's okay. Because we're just using items right now anyway. Actually, you know what? Fuck it, full restore. When else am I going to use these items, right? potato. Just hold, Rhea. Reinforcements is coming. Just hold. I'm reviving everything. Well, not everything, but most of them. Now this is a little bit risky, but she should survive. It's gonna run out of Thunderbolt uses soon. No, the thing is, Mons, it has all the moves, but they're ghost moves. And the Dunsparce is a normal type. If it runs out of charges for Thunderbolt, it will have to use moves that have no effect. So you win when that happens, yeah. I mean, I've basically already won against this, to be honest. It can't really do enough. Like, I've literally just healed 3 of my Pokemon because they can't do enough damage to actually hurt me, so, you know. How many Thunderbolts does it have? 15, I think, is normally Thunderbolts PP. It might be a little bit more. Don't worry, there won't be many more. Either because it will run out or it dies. Most likely the second. What a hero. Rhea. Oh my god. Roaring Moon. Everything is proceeding within expectations. I'm afraid the probability of you winning is 0. Oh, fancy. I'm gonna see if it hits hard enough to one hit, because it has a heightened attack. It doesn't. Okay. might kill, might not. It avoided the. Oh, God damn it! Seriously, you had one job. You had one job. I believe, Rhea. Come on, you've got this. I believe in the heart of the cards. Live. Oh my god. Live. If that Screech had not missed, it would be dead. But that's enough for Rhea. You did well. You did very well. Okay. I think Tarks. Tarks, get in here. Lunge at it. Stone Edge. Shit. This is really bad. We just need to get one hit in. Please, Zato. Finally. God. Impossible. Yay. We did it. A lot of items were used, but we did it. Marty. What is this? Did you already beat all the baddies without me? Okay, out with it, you. Who are you, really? Thank you for everything. The time machine has finally been stopped. You're really not my mom, are you? No, look how big you've grown. So proud of you. Sorry, you were alone so long. Mom? Security system failure. Security system failure. Threat to time machine detected. Threat to time machine detected. Well, what's going on now? Is another army of Pokemon on its way here? It cannot be. An obstacle is preventing the time machine from performing as intended. Activating Paradise Protection Protocol to remove the offending obstacle. But what's keeping the time machine running? Truly all the professor cared about? Locking all Pokeballs except those registered to Sada's ID. Wait, what? Program installation gathering crystal energy. I'm sorry, children. Is this too much for you? You must run. AI SADA disabled. Paradise Protection Protocol initialized. Time for Koraidon, yeah, I guess so, because that is still registered to Sada's ID. Everything else is disabled. We're challenged by the Paradise Protection Protocol. Oh no! Tarks! It's locked in his Pokeball. Can't battle without a Pokemon on the field. Well, it's true, our Pokeballs won't work. How are we even supposed to battle? Go, Koraidon. You've got this. Yeah, it's apparently, this one is just in a normal Pokeball. I don't know why. Maybe they swapped it around. I guess if they can transfer from the Master Ball to a normal Pokeball, then they can reuse the Master Ball. That would explain how they have so many Master Balls. They just have a couple that they keep reusing after like transferring the Pokemon. Okay. Koraidon versus Koraidon. Calcum Pulse. So, wait, what types? What type is it even? Fighting Dragon. Okay. Let's see. User transforms and crushes to the ground, causing a massive prehistoric explosion. Moose power is boosted more than usual if it's super effective. Flamethrower, Endure... Terra Blast, okay, let's do Terra Blast. You really hope Koraidon wins, yeah. Same. You changed into its battle form. Let's go, Koraidon. You've got this. That was actually not very strong. Let's try to flamethrower it. He will fall here within this garden paradise and achieve nothing in the end. Burn. You will not be allowed to destroy my paradise. That calls to my guy will be eliminated. Wait, woke up? I don't have woke up. This feels like an unfair fight to me. This looks like it could be bad. Hang in there, Marnie. Yeah, I think... Oh god, so... Let's check summary. Your attack is much higher. So really... I want you to keep using collision cores, for example. The data say, I am superior. Fall and become a foundation upon which the lava is built. Something like that. Oh my god. Koraidon toughed it out so you wouldn't feel sad. As I said, I don't think we're supposed to win this. Like... Are we? Oh. Attack rose sharply. I mean, maybe. But like... Frozen Koraidon must recharge. I think we're like... This has to be scripted. Your terror orb's glowing. Marnie Karaiden, trust the lies and finish us off. Okay, so all its stats got up. Dragon! Nice! Good hit. It didn't die, so that's kind of a problem. But Karaiden is like, nah. Nah, man. I don't care. I don't care that I only had 1 health. So apparently just them cheering us on made it improve its stats and stuff like that. We defeated the Paradise Protection Protocol. Yay! We did it! We saved the world! Or something, I think. I'm not sure. The only 2 Pokemon that cannot learn Terra Blast are Magikarp and Ditto. Yeah. Yep. It's because Magikarp can't learn anything from TMs. Neither can Ditto. You did it. It's not going berserk anymore. How very astounding. To think that you would manage to defy even the original professor's final protections. Are you back to normal? Yes, a completely unforeseen outcome, even for an AI possessing the most sophisticated technology ever conceived. Even on the brink of despair, your children did not give in and instead proved your worthiness. Showing the wisdom to think for yourselves, the courage to hold faith in your friends, and the fortitude to do what had to be done. No matter how difficult your own paths may have been, I believe you will be capable of walking whatever paths you choose for yourselves now, with pride. I thank you, Marnie. I thank all of you children. But I am afraid that the time machine cannot be put to a complete stop so long as I am here. It appears I myself am part of the system that ensures the machine reboots when stopped. What does that mean? I am sorry. You know, when I was watching you all on your adventures from down here, I felt a sense of jealousy. I envied your freedom, the way that you came together, working in league with your fellows and caring for them. The way that you sought strength and to better yourself, throwing all you are into your battles. The way that you would face down even the greatest enemies to save that which you loved. The way that you never ceased to seek nor to fight for a treasure all your own. And the very way that you've soared free through the skies on those wings of yours. I wish that I, too, might be as free as you all, free to seek out that which I might treasure, above all else, not bound. Your own treasure? As long as I remain here, the time machine will not stop, for I am inextricably connected to it. So I've made a decision. I will use the time machine to journey to the world of the ancient past that I have dreamed of. What? You can't just leave now, right when we finally reached you. I am not going only so that the time machine can be stopped. I also cannot deny my desire to see that ancient world for myself. Is this what it feels like to have your heart race with the thrill of adventure? Arvin, I am sorry that I kept the truth from you for so long. I inherited all the thoughts and wishes of the professor, and so I understand better than any. Your mother truly loved you. You can't. You can't just go and say a thing like that now. No, I suppose you are right. I am sorry. Arvin, Corydon, Marty, it is a little sad, but I'm afraid this is goodbye. Mom. Farewell, my free adventurers. I bid you adieu. Magikarp really does just get ruined by the Pokemon Corporation. What do you mean? Like, Magikarp is amazing. No matter if you can learn the TMs or not. How could you just go? Mom. Arvin? You okay, bud? Yeah, somewhere deep down, I kind of already knew it. I knew that thing was fake, but it's... when it said my name, using her voice and wearing her face, even if it was fake, it felt real, you know, and so I sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. That's okay. I mean, it is a weird thing to just find out, you know? But this is quite the story. I actually quite like this story, even if it's insane. I do love this story. I guess Corydon's sad too. Oh, but that battle form. How cool is that? It's so strong. If it tries to nudge at me for a belly rub while it's huge like this, I seriously think I'm going to die. Hey now, let's not skip over the big win here. Marty and Corydon just saved all of Paldea. That's right. You both did amazing. Thanks, Marty. Yeah, that's my bud Marty for you. It's an okay story. I mean, better than most Pokemon games. You know, Arvin, even though the professor's gone, I bet she's finally having a real fun adventure of her own in the past. Yeah, thanks, Penny. Well, they try to have some story, but not much, yeah. But yeah, sorry. What should we do now, Marty? Let's go home. You said it. Come on, everyone. Let's make our way home. So is that, like, game end? Like, credits? I mean, of course, there's end game stuff, post game stuff, and things like that, but... Game? Game? Hello? Anyone there? We were just waiting. We're waiting. There it is. Didn't take forever or anything. Okay, everybody, listen up. What is it? Let's take the long road home and get a little more fun out of this adventure. I don't really... Sounds great. If we can load up on snacks first, I'm in. My money, not you two. Yeah, go on, Arvin. Alright, fine, I guess we're doing this. Cheer up, Arvin. It's okay. Like, Arvin's story is so sad. Holy shit. Like, if you think about it.
You see tonight it could go either way.
There we are.
Hearts balanced on a
Credits.
razor blade. We are designed and break and to rinse and repeat it all again.
But I think this music is copyright. I'm pretty sure. So, you're not gonna hear it. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's... I don't want to play copyrighted music on stream. But yeah, that was good. That was really good. So I hope you all enjoyed that as well. But like the story with Arvin, so his mom basically neglects him a bit in his childhood to build this time machine to live her dream of going to this ancient land or bringing back ancient Pokemon, that kind of stuff. And then when she finally succeeds in some way, he has to take care of one of the results, which he doesn't like because she still doesn't pay much attention to him. And then after all that, in one of the experiments with that same monster, where there was a battle between it and another of its kind, she jumps in between and dies. Right? So all this while, he's been kind of neglected as a child, and he never even knew his mom was dead until now. And then the way he finds out is that an AI of his mom was, like a robot of his mom, was made and has been talking to them for a while. Like, he hadn't heard from his mom in years, and the first thing you hear is just like not her. It's very sad. Hi Woodwoods, people ring an herb ring at the end. Okay, I'm sorry about the story stuff. I'll not do story stuff anymore. It's okay. I really enjoyed the game. Yeah, it's still all about the machine, nothing to do with him. It's very sad. But she did love him, apparently. Apparently she did love him. At least that's what the AI said, which, I mean... You've been lurking the entire time, specifically done everything to not pay attention to what's going on. That's fair, yeah. I hope you've been doing good. Playing games and such, probably. Like most people here. Oh my god. You're also catching Pokemons and cooking at the same time? What? What? Can you even do that? That sounds illegal. Oh right, I think we're good. There you go, there's music. But yeah, so I really enjoyed that. It's too bad we're a little bit like the stream didn't go as well as I would have liked. That's always a... It's something I don't want to constantly talk about. I keep doing it, I really shouldn't. but it is on my mind, so I don't know what else to talk about. There we go. Good group picture. Everyone is happy. Yeah, I know it makes sense to talk about it. I just don't want to bring other people down or anything like that. Calling students to the director's office. Miss Marty, Miss Nimona, Master Arvin, and Miss Penny. Wait, why is he Master Arvin? Where does the master come from? Why not just Mr. Arvin? You know? Instead of Master Arvin? What the fuck? Huh, looks like the hero is finally here. Would you like to join us, Miss Marty? Well, I was called here. We're in for an earful, aren't we? Guess we'll find out soon enough. Thank you for the hydrate, Vic. But yeah, I guess the whole stream thing, it also feels a bit weird because I know there's so many lovely people around in chat. Just have been saying hi and stuff, and then it feels odd that sometimes the viewer numbers don't reflect that. It's weird. No need for concern, you two. I'm not angry in the slightest. I merely called you all here to discuss your fine achievements in this year's treasure hunt. You shut down the professor's time machine and thus prevented the ancient Pokemon from running rampant across Paldea. Your actions were truly outstanding in every regard, and I couldn't be prouder of you all. Though your decision to enter strictly off-limits area was admittedly regrettable. You got us there. However, since this was necessary to protect Paldea and its precious ecosystems, I am willing to overlook that particular point. Phew, so we're not getting raked over the coals after all. Oh, before I forget, Miss Marty, there's something I would like you to have. Each of your friends has already received one. This one is for you. Master Ball! Wait, each one of your friends? So you had like 4 Master Balls? Oh, and about that, the Hall of Fame badge I gave you a short while ago. That gift is one we bestow only upon students who achieve truly remarkable feats. I expect you to honor what that badge represents by striving always to serve as a model for your fellow students. I guess I'll try. Oh, well, I suppose you must be rather worn out from your recent adventures. And Master Arvin, I was sorry to hear about the professor. You have my deepest condolences. Well, yeah, it was pretty rough when I found out my mom had died. But weirdly enough, my head actually feels clear now. For the first time in ages. In the Great Crater, I got to learn a bit about my mom's research and what she was trying to achieve down there. I guess if you're building something as mind-blowing as a time machine, that takes priority over showering your son with attention, huh? All I know is I'm done feeling like some lost little kid. Done. Time to say goodbye and move on. I'm gonna enjoy every last day till graduation with my buds here and Bobostiff, of course. Well said, Master Arvin. You truly are your mother's son. Of course, I must remind you that you've nowhere near enough credits to graduate. You'll need to study frantically to catch up, but I have every expectation of your success. Well, oh no, poor Arvin. And let us not forget the other good news. Our academy has a new champion. Though we sadly cannot make your valiant deeds in the Great Crater known to the public, your new champion rank at least should be celebrated throughout the new school. The whole school. Oh, I know how we could celebrate. We should hold a Pokemon battle contest. Seriously? Could we not? Classic Nimona. A Pokemon battle contest, you say? While your own vested interest in such a venture are more than apparent, Miss Nimona, I think it's a fine idea. But please understand that a large-scale event will be quite beyond us. We've many other school activities to keep an eye on after all. Pardon my intrusion, I couldn't help it over here. The Pokemon League will, of course, happily lend a hand in organizing this contest. La Primera? Well, most kind offer, Chairman Romangita. I do everything in my power to nurture young up-and-coming talent. Though that's not to say only the youth have to promise when it comes to Pokemon battles. A former gym leader, the developer of the Pokédex app, the Academy clearly counts many skilled trainers of Pokemon among its staff. As such, my suggestion is as follows. Students and staff should compete for the title of strongest trainer at the Academy. Wow, we get to battle the teachers? You'd compete too, right, Primera? Is that even allowed? The chairwoman's not part of the Academy, right? Actually, I think she's the chairwoman of the school board as well as the Pokemon League. Wait, for real? I mean, I knew she was on another level, but wow. Thank you for the invitation, Champion Nimona. I would gladly take you up on your kind offer to compete alongside you all, but I'm afraid my schedule is already packed tight with work that I simply must attend to. Aw, can't you free up some time somehow? Well, I suppose I might be able to participate if Champion Marty would agree to lend me a hand with my work. I'd be happy to help. Sure. Excellent answer. Much obliged, Champion Marty. To get straight to it, I would like you to go out and inspect Paldea's various gyms in my stead. Are they fulfilling their duties as beacons of strength and inspiration for all those aiming to achieve champion rank? Or has that brilliance started to fade? To find this out, I ask that you bring your full might as champion to bear against each of the gym leaders and test their prowess in battle. They are all trainers of exceptional talent, handpicked by me personally. I do not expect you'll find any cracks in their armor, but, well, consider it a formality. This will also provide the perfect stage for your first appearance as a new champion. Since all the gym leaders will still be expecting me to carry out the inspection, I imagine they'll have mustered their full strength. I dare say they might be more of a challenge than when you faced them before. You get to have all-out battles with the gym leaders? Man, I'm jealous. Now then, on to another crucial matter. I'd like to discuss with Penny here how to patch the weaknesses in our league point system. But there's a bunch of anime I've missed that I was just gonna binge. Thank you in advance for your willing and eager cooperation. I mean, I'll do it. I'll help. Let me help. Excellent. We'll leave you all to it then. Come now, Penny. Aw. Penny just wants to watch some animes. This is awesome, Marty. Show this inspection thing who's boss so that La Primera can join our tournament, okay? And enjoy taking another swing at the gym gauntlet while you're at it. I'll take care of filling out the forms and other administrative stuff so that the ball gets rolling on the tournament in the meantime. I say it's wonderful to see you all showing such initiative. You each have a critical role to play. Penny assisting the league, our new champion inspecting gyms, Nimona arranging the event. Give it your best, everyone. Guess my role's so obvious it goes without saying. Is it? Is he the cook? I think he's the cook. Because I think that's about all Arvin is good for, right? Cooking. He makes some good sandwiches. So I think that about wraps it up for today. And it's exactly 6. Well, 1 to 6, but it's basically 6. So that would be perfect as well. And you can select Crichton while the menu is open to change between its battle and ride form. And then, oh, okay, and then it moves. Okay. So then you need to make space for it. And then it joins the team in battle. That's actually quite nice. So now, basically, we have to go to the gyms again and challenge them all at full strength, and then there's a bunch of Pokemon to capture, like stuff to do in the Great Crater, of course. So just post-game things. But for the stream, I think that will be it for Pokemon in general. I don't think I'll come back to it. Like, I'll play some more of it, but I don't think I'll do so on stream. Let's see who is streaming right now, because we can head over there and show them some love. Which I really need to stop because my head is pounding. Which, I mean, that's kind of why I keep having to bring it up, is because I actually, like, my head starts to hurt from keeping my thoughts to myself, if that makes sense. I need to let it out somehow. But yeah, let me send you over to who? Oh, actually, we can send you over to Bunny, because Bunny is streaming, and I think Bunny is playing First Class Trouble with combats. Yes, I think so. I haven't rated Bunny before, so we can do that. She's lovely. So go say hi to Bunny Bear and send some love over there. I will be back tomorrow. We'll see what I do, because it won't be Pokemon. So I'll have to figure something out. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed the stream. I will be back tomorrow. And then on Tuesday we'll continue with Octopath. I hope you have a wonderful weekend and everything, and I don't know, my mind is blank, but like, go say hi to Bunny, send love over there, all those things. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful time, and yeah, that's about it for me. I can't think of anything else to say. Have a good one, everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye bye.